Thank you, Mr. Ware. Have a wonderful day.
You too, sir.
Why are you coming back?
Huh?
Why are you coming back?
To get my stuff.
I thought you just got all your stuff. You got your stuff over here. Fifth month.
Yeah, right.
Fifth month.
Right. This is your stuff. That's not my story.
I'm pretty sure that's not mine. This is mine. But
Maybe yours from another day.
no. I can't get a fist bump link?
No, you can't.
Hater.
Nope.
Just a hater.
You coughed on your shit.
What's the worst that can happen, though?
Everybody wanted to shake hands. And then a couple of them act like they offended when you don't want to shake their hand.
You should want to shake their hand. I bet you were shaking the white people hand. He left his thing in here. He'll be back in for that.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Text and be late to work. Sorry, I'm late. Text and work. Text and pretend to work.
Good afternoon, good people. Good afternoon. Wow, these things are loud.
Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger.
All right.
Just don't text and drive. This is Stop Text.
I'm supposed to be doing something. I don't know what it is.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. News and views you won't hear anywhere else.
D. Foster, Scott Bain, Tina Benson, Nathaniel Walton Jr., Vincent Jones, Sean Nutter, T.C. Oh, it ain't gonna scroll now. Tessie Wheaton, Kim Moore Eberhart, McConnell Sharon M., Maurice Wagner. Hold on, if I can get over to the YouTube page. Broken Wing, Butler Brown, Candy D, C, Purple Rain. Good afternoon to everyone. Five minutes after, it's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I am with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. On the other side of the glass, making her triumphant return, your favorite millennial, Raven Mundy. How are you? You everything good with you? All right. Long as you're good. I'm happy. Let's see. I gotta start with this because now I am on a mission. I think I have found my purpose for this moment in time. All right. I found my purpose for this moment in time. I think my mission is to help stop the spread of the coronavirus. I'm pretty sure that's my mission now. to help stop the spread of the coronavirus. So here's what I'm suggesting. And y'all understand this. I talk to a lot of vaccinated people who are always trying to get me to get vaccinated. And why do they want you vaccinated, Emanuel? Not necessarily for your health, but they say to help stop the spread. That's what they want to do. They want to stop the spread. Well, I'm all right with stopping the spread. Yeah, let's stop the spread. You know what we can do to stop the spread? You know what you can do to stop the spread if you're vaccinated? You can get tested. You can get tested. I was so hurt today when my good friend, I call him my good friend, I like Dr. Odell Owens. I don't have no problem with how much money he got or with how successful he is or any of those things. I have zero problems with Dr. Odell Owens. Zero. Except that he's not advocating for people who are vaccinated to get tested. He even admitted, now understand this logic. If you're vaccinated, you can catch the coronavirus. We all accept that, sure. If you're vaccinated, you can spread. I'm going to repeat that. If you're vaccinated, you can spread the coronavirus. Now, what was the goal again? To stop the spread of the coronavirus. If you're vaccinated, you can spread it. He's a doctor. He admitted this. If you're vaccinated, you can spread it. Well, if you're vaccinated, how are you sure you're not spreading it if it's possible that you can? Simplest way seems to me would be to know your status. Like I was reading somewhere that Roland Martin, for example, he tested positive for the coronavirus and he's vaccinated. He's fully vaccinated. I wonder, how did he know that he had the coronavirus? He got tested. He got tested. Even though he was vaccinated, he got tested. I'm on a new crusade. My new crusade, and maybe I'll get Dr. Fauci to say it, because I know if Dr. Fauci say it, then all of the other ones will say it too. So my new mission is to get Dr. Fauci to suggest to you, since when I say it, y'all say, no, it don't make sense. I don't want to take somebody else's test. I don't need a test. I don't, all of that nonsense. But if Dr. Fauci said the exact same thing, give me 6 months. Give me 6 months. Maybe I'll get in touch and I'll get Dr. Fauci to say it. Give me 6 months. And so while y'all telling me I don't know what I'm talking about today, 6 months from today, when Dr. Fauci says it, y'all will say it's the best advice ever. Oh, he know what he talking about. Oh, he's a virologist. He's an immunologist. He's a whateverologist. Just put ology on the end of it. That's what he is. And he's accepted and respected. And when he says vaccinated people should get tested at least once a month, then maybe you'll do it. But that's my new crusade. And I don't understand, why would anybody be against it? What are you afraid of? I said it earlier. The tests are different. The tests are different. They don't take that big cotton swab and try to touch your brain anymore. They don't do that. Now, every test that I've gotten, now they give you the cotton swab. And I've explained this a few times. I'll explain it again, because some of y'all are afraid to get tested even though you're vaccinated. Don't be afraid. They give me the cotton swab. First time I was getting ready, and I think the lady could tell. I was preparing myself, and making faces and reaching over because I was going to grab my nose and make sure I held it open.
That they changed doing it now. Like, don't they give it to you now and
Yeah.
let you do it? Yeah.
Yeah, they give it to you, and then I was getting ready because I was going for it. You know what I'm saying? I want to know if I got it. I want to know. So I was going for it. It was going as far up in there as I could get it because, I have a habit of doing it. So I was going for it, and then she was like, whoa. Hold on. You don't have to do all of that. We don't do that anymore. They changed all you have to do is put it in just inside your nostril, swab 5 times each nostril. That's it. You don't have to, shove it way up there.
So why is it different now?
I don't know. Maybe they determined that they were getting the same results, whether they, stuck it all the way up in your nostril or just on the inside of your nostril.
So they've been scooping my brains out every time I've never been tested this entire time, and now
they've changed it. Yeah. So the trauma that you felt, that you experienced when you went and got tested before, you don't have to go through that same trauma. That dude that was telling me, don't make that face. He wouldn't be shoving that Q-tip all the way up in there anymore. So yeah, it's a simple process. And my question to you vaccinated people, because this is the non-vaccinated people, you should get tested too on a regular basis. You should get tested on a regular basis. But vaccinated people, you should also get tested. Just know your status, because contrary to what the idea that Dr. Owens was putting out, he admitted that you could, but you can spread it to other vaccinated people. Yes, one vaccinated person who tests positive, who has the virus, can give it to a vaccinated person who does not. And all I'm suggesting, I'm not suggesting not to get vaccinated. I'm a huge proponent of getting vaccinated. Let me stop and pause for a moment and let me say, hey, everybody, go get vaccinated. If that's your thing, go get vaccinated.
You mess it up every time when you say, if that's your thing, if that's what you want to do. No, they want to hear you say, go get vaccinated because I said so and because it's the right thing to do.
Go get vaccinated because I said so. And it's the right thing to do. Period. And then get tested every so often, once a month at least. Once you get vaccinated, get tested.
So has decreed the king.
See, now I don't understand why, because there are people mad at me for saying that. But I don't understand why. I want to stop the spread of this dreaded virus. I want to stop the spread. And if all one has to do to help do that is to go get tested, unlike what doctors are telling you, believe it or not, there are actually doctors who are suggesting to vaccinated people, you don't need to know your status. You don't need to know your status. Who would think that a responsible doctor would say that to citizens? Who would think that? But it happens. So that's it. That's my whole thing on that. That everybody is saying, when did they change it? When did they change it? Look, I'm telling you, I get tested every single week. Every single week. Now the office that I walk into, they know me. Like, hey, how you doing? All right. And my process is real quick. I do my little registration thing. I walk in. I say to whoever the person, if they're new, I say, no, I don't need instructions. Trust me. I do this every week. I know exactly what I'm doing. They give me the thing. I do. All right. Have a good one. See you next week. I am in and out. If 5 minutes is a long visit for me. It don't take very long. And yeah, if they still shoving it way up your nose, they don't know what they're doing. They're not following the current testing protocols. How you doing, Mr. Ware? He's coming into the studio. You want me to unplug what, Mr. Ware? What? You're just pointing. I don't understand. It's a lot of stuff here.
My iRig.
Unplug your iRig.
Not that, but
don't.
Yeah.
What do you want me to? You want me to unplug this
Yes.
here, Mr. Ware? All right, it's unplugged. Here you go, Mr. Ware.
You making a big.
While you all do that, somebody called to let everybody know that you can get a list of places from the public library of where you can go and get free rapid tests. So if you want to go get tested, go to your local public library. They have a list of places where you can get free rapid COVID tests. Also, there's a place on Reading Road called the Reading Drive-Thru at 8740 Reading. Where you can go get tested.
You don't. I don't like the rapid tests.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm down with the PCR?
I don't know. Always get a rapid test.
I'm down with go get the PCR. You'll get your results back in maybe a day, maybe 2. And they say that it's more
conclusive.
Yeah. So I'm not knocking the rapid test. I don't like the rapid test.
Why? You don't trust it?
I just don't like it. I got beef with it.
Why?
I don't.
You have to have a reason to have the beef.
It's not important.
It is important.
Go get the PCR test. Go get it once a month. Take 10 minutes out of your day. Know your status. Stop the spread. All right? Is that enough for my public service announcement?
For me, yes. For listeners, no.
Yeah, because they still mad at me for telling people to go get tested. You're mad that I'm telling people to go get tested. What is wrong with y'all? Oh, we got to stop the spread. Okay, go get tested. I'm not getting tested. Well, I got to get tested. I'm vaccinated. Stop the spread. Get tested. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
Urban One Artist returns to TV1.
All right, people. That was that. But that's my new crusade. And it only makes sense. Oh, hold on. I have to set sorry, y'all. Turn the compression on, turn that up. Slide that this way. Hey. There we go. Hey. All right. There we go. I think we good there. So there we go. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me put it on here too. Turn on a little bit of compression. Pump that up. Hey. I'm sorry. This is how I check my mics. Hey. No. All right. So there we go. Thank you, Roy. Roy said I'm good. It has some buzzing now. Oh. Because I pumped it up so much, I might have elevated some noise in the line as well. So. Hopefully that fixed the buzz. That was in it. Are the lights turned on? The lights are turned on. It might be a little darker in here. So y'all know on the weekends, I take this equipment and I use it for other stuff and different settings for different places. I don't even know if the other cameras are connected. Let's see. All right, so that would be, technically that's camera 3. All right, come on. See, I can't see it. There we go. I need to adjust that. And that's camera 2. Let's see if that's up. Camera 2 may not be up. Oh, it is up, but I need to adjust that as well. So hold on, let me go adjust these cameras.
Christmas nights of lights at Coney Island, the Tri-State's largest drive-through synchronized light show, including an incredible 300-foot tunnel as part of the 2.5-mile-long show. Synchronized to over 40 minutes of music broadcasting through your car radio. Open nightly, rain or shine, dusk until 10 p.m. from November 12th through January the 2nd, including holidays with extended hours on weekends. Tickets available for purchase online. Visit during the week to avoid the weekend line. For more information, go to ChristmasNightsOfLights.com.
Merry Christmas from 1230 The Buzz.
Because vaccinated people are not getting tested. So they don't have the data to hide the data. You understand what I'm saying? Like if they didn't test anybody, they'd be like, maybe there's a 0% chance. No one in America has the virus, which we would all assume that wasn't true. But they wouldn't be holding back information. They're just not actually gathering it to disseminate, which is a difference.
But it's also a huge problem.
And that's what's, in my opinion, that's what's happening with the vaccinated people. And people keep talking about the only reason that it's spreading is because of non-vaccinated people. But that's just not true. That's just not true. Yes, non-vaccinated people are a part of the spread, just like vaccinated people.
I don't understand why we having such a hard time wrapping our head around this. I don't get it. Like, it's not even rocket science. Like, we know. It's been what we know about so far about this virus has been tested and proven. We know.
It
like,
doesn't
we don't know
fit
a lot,
the narrative.
but we know. And that's what's irritating me. Like, we are in a place right now as humans where if it don't fit the narrative, it don't even, like, we're past, and you say this all the time, but we're past what's true and what's not. As long it's got to fit a narrative for humans to be any kind of receptive to it, and it bothers me because it limitates our ability to think for ourselves. Like, this is how you get to a point where nobody can think for themselves anymore, because if it don't fit the narrative, nobody cares. I'm
right here. I'm looking at Roy on the Facebook page. He says it's mostly true. The unvaccinated people are, and you know how it does. As soon as I start reading it, it goes away. It's mostly true. The unvaccinated people are spreading it. It's rare that vaccinated people get in the virus. How do you know? If vaccinated people aren't being tested, how do you know if it's rare that they're getting it?
Because it makes total sense for you to think that only unvaccinated people have the virus and they're the only ones getting tested.
And people are conflating being hospitalized with having the virus. Well, mostly the people who are in the hospital are unvaccinated. That's got nothing to do with who's carrying and spreading it. Nothing. Those two aren't the same. Those two aren't the same. And it's not a conspiracy. It's just a fact that there are a lot of vaccinated people who are not getting tested and who, for whatever reason, resist getting tested. Again, this stuff is not difficult. This is not conspiracy stuff. This is simple stuff. This is simple stuff. Somebody said, let's agree to disagree. What will we be disagreeing with? Hold on. I'll agree to disagree with you. But like I said, let's clarify what we're disagreeing about. Do we both agree that there are vaccines? Yes. Yes. Do we all agree that there is a virus that we're calling the coronavirus? Do we agree on that? So we agree to agree on those two things. Do we agree that there's a group of people who are vaccinated? Yes, we all agree that there are vaccinated people. And we agree that there are unvaccinated people. Can we all agree on that? So far, we agree to agree on everything. I want to get to what we disagree on. So I'm slow walking you there quickly. I know that doesn't make sense, but trust me. So we agree that there are vaccinated people and there are unvaccinated people. Here we go. Do we agree that vaccinated people can still get the virus? Is that what we're disagreeing about? I think we agree. Can we all agree that even vaccinated people can get the virus? Yes, so we agree to agree on that. I think we all agree that unvaccinated people can get the virus, so we agree to agree on that. Do we agree that vaccinated people, if they have the virus, they can spread the virus? Do we agree on that? Can we agree to agree that if vaccinated people have the virus, they can spread the virus? Agreed? Everybody agree? Yes? Okay, yes. Well, we know unvaccinated people, if they have it, they can spread it. So far, we agree to agree on everything. So, if vaccinated people can get it and vaccinated people can spread it. Hold on, here. This might be where we disagree. Do we agree that vaccinated people, if they're infected, can give it to other vaccinated people? Do we agree with that? Maybe that's what we're agreeing to disagree on. Can we all agree that if a vaccinated person contracts the virus they can give it to other vaccinated people who don't have it. Yes, we agree with that. Well, we know unvaccinated people can give it to vaccinated people. Can vaccinated people who have the virus give it to unvaccinated people? Can we all agree on that? Yes, we all agree. So I'm not understanding what we're agreeing to disagree about. All of the facts are there. Can we agree? Maybe this is what we're agreeing to disagree about. Because we can agree to disagree. I just need to know what we're agreeing to disagree about. Are we disagreeing that if you're vaccinated, even though you can get it and you can spread it, you should know your status? Because if you're walking around with it and you don't know you have it, you can still spread it, right? Right? Do we agree with that? You have it, vaccinated or unvaccinated. If you have the virus and you don't know you have the virus, you can spread it to people. Right? We all agree to agree? Yes? I don't know what we're agreeing to disagree about. What are we agreeing to disagree about? You should know your status so that if you test positive, even if you have no symptoms, you keep your behind at home. You quarantine. What are we agreeing to disagree about? And then I will agree to disagree. But this becomes the problem. Some people are so in the headspace that it doesn't make sense to get tested. Why should we want to stop the spread, but we don't want to do what might help stop the spread. So let's just agree to disagree. And then people keep bringing up people dying. Again, we're not talking about people dying. We're talking about stopping the spread. Stopping the spread. We don't want it to spread. I know what they tell us the statistics say. And even if I agree with the statistics, what does that have to do about knowing your status and stopping the spread? Y'all keep bringing that, the people on the Facebook and the YouTube and the Twitter and the Twitch and the Instagram. They keep bringing up, but people in the hospital are unvaccinated. So we're talking about stopping the spread. So let's stop the spread. But people are saying, let's agree to disagree. All right, tell me what we're disagreeing about, and I will disagree. And I will agree to disagree with you, but I need to know what we're not agreeing. Oh, and lastly, and then I got to take a break, and then I'm coming to you, Yvette. Lastly, the idea that the virus can't mutate unless it has a host. Let me agree with you on that. Let's agree. If it doesn't have a host, it can't mutate. If you're vaccinated and you're infected, you are a host. Even a vaccinated person can be a host. And it can mutate in you. Know your status. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
1230 The Buzz, sister station 101.1, The Wiz, and Ohio Media School are giving you a chance to win the ultimate holiday prize.
All right. Yeah, somebody said, let's agree to disagree. I just want to know what we're disagreeing about. And then I'm all right with agreeing to disagree if there's an honest disagreement. It takes away, I think what happens is, if you say to everybody, get tested, it takes away your specialness. And I know that's not really a word, but your specialness if you're vaccinated. Like, what? Tested? That's for non-special people. I'm special. No, you're a person who can get it. So forget about your ego and your specialness and get tested.
Do you feel like your plan might not be the best for you, or maybe you just don't have any health benefits at all right now? Don't worry. Plans are available now, and in just minutes, we'll help you find the right plan that's best for you and your budget. Call the health advisor.
Okay, hold on. There's scientific data that confirms vaccinated people have a lower viral load and thereby spread less virus than unvaccinated people. The fact that unvaccinated people carry a higher load is relevant to how we get this thing under control. Spreading less virus is not the same as not spreading virus. And if the idea is if you spread less, then you don't need to know your status, that sounds ridiculous to me.
Like I said, no pets. Just can't rent you the unit.
Yeah, he's a dog, but sir, he's not a pet.
He's four-legged, hairy, he's on a leash, that's a pet.
No, Henry is an assistance animal. Look,
So Daryl has given up. Daryl wants to keep it spreading. He doesn't want to stop the spread. He says we can't stop the spread at this point. It's about staying out of the hospital and possibly dying. The vaccine is keeping you out of the hospital. Daryl, I didn't have the vaccine. I'm not in the hospital, and I didn't die.
and now we're so happy in our new apartment.
If you think you've been discriminated against because of your disability, race, color, religion, national origin, sex, or familial status, call the HUD hotline, 1-800-669-9770.
Jason says, I'm great at playing semantics. Jason, what semantics am I playing? I'm stating simple, accepted information that we accept as fact. No semantics here. I haven't played any semantics. None. Everything I've said is accepted as factual. Now, am I saying that it's a fact? I don't know if this stuff is fact or not, but we accept it as fact. Anthony said he don't argue with anybody. I'm not arguing. I'm trying to get people to get tested so that you're not spreading this virus. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not saying don't get vaccinated. I'm saying get tested. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Brought to you by the Ad Council.
No word in the English language is less convincing.
I don't even know that that's an argument.
Matching tattoos on a first date?
Sure, we'll probably stay together.
Probably. It's been 23 minutes since I ate. I can probably swim.
Jonathan says the testing quarantining is to control spread among the unvaxxed, period. That's the problem. That's the problem. It should be to control the spread, period, among everyone. Glenn says this can't be that complicated. It can't. Oh, Jason says he thought I was being sarcastic. Why do people think I'm being? I'm gonna have to work on my voice, on my non-sarcasm voice.
Call a cab, a car, or a friend. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Kamikia, I have invited experts to this show. They refuse to come. And B, you said, why not have a doctor on the show? There was a doctor on the previous show who said that vaccinated people should not get tested. And I'm not giving any misinformation. Tell me, what did I say that's misinformation? One thing. Minutes to the top of the hour. Y'all understand, this is wild. This is wild. Every once in a while, wild stuff happens and I don't expect it. I make a simple statement, back it up with what we all accept as facts. And I'm being told that I'm playing semantics. I'm being told that I'm giving disinformation Fox News style. I'm being told that I'm invested in being a right fighter and that actual experts would never be invited to the show. I challenge anyone. Tell me one thing that I've said today. One thing that I've said today that is misinformation. Just one. One. Just one. Anyone. I challenge any layperson, any expert, any conspiracy theorist, anyone. One thing that I've said that's not factual. or that we accept as fact. And you wouldn't think that something like this would be complicated.
It's not for me.
But for some people, I'm giving out misinformation and disinformation. I'm doing it Fox News style. I won't invite an expert on this show.
That's the thing, though. Because what you're saying lacks an agenda. That's the issue. What you're saying lacks an agenda. What you're saying, other than like trying to be honest and tell the truth, what you're saying lacks an agenda. It's not a call to action, and therefore people just can't connect, because what they want from you, what they want to hear from you is, we should all be vaccinated. We should all go in droves and sign up and get our vaccines and our boosters, because that's the right thing to do, and that's what everybody should be doing. And if you're not doing it, you're the scourge of the human race. That's what people want to hear, because that has an agenda attached to it.
I'm open for correction. Tell me what I said that's not an accepted fact in the viral epidemiological field, and I'll accept it. They say my agenda is that I want to be right. I can't help it if I'm right.
I mean, but ain't that the point? If you're discussing something, you kind of want to be right.
Apparently being wrong is something that some people aspire to. I'm not one of those. Let me go to the phone. Yvette, you're on the buzz.
How you doing, Emanuel?
I'm doing all right, Yvette.
Well, I agree with everything you're saying. I really don't see what's so hard about it. I'll give you an example, though, what I was told 25 years ago. My son, at 1 year old, ended up with a whooping cough. And I couldn't understand, how could that possibly be when he was vaccinated, and all my children and myself have been vaccinated for that. So what ended up happening is, how he ended up getting it was, my daughter's best friend came to spend the night. I was called by the nurse from the county, called me, the health department called me. And I asked her, how did she get my name? Well, come to find out, the girl had gave it to her 6-week-old baby sister. And then my son and daughter had it, and they were teenagers at the time. And then I had it. My 1-year-old son had it, and I was pregnant with another child. So I asked her, how is it possible that anybody could have the whooping cough when everybody has been vaccinated? And that's when she told me, it doesn't matter what kind of vaccination you get, you're still able to catch those diseases. The only thing by you vaccinating that it does is that it lessens the effects from you. It just lessens the effect, so you won't have it as bad. And I made a mistake. My 1-year-old son had not been vaccinated with the whooping cough.
No.
He had not. And it scared me to death, because I thought my son was going to die. It was the ugliest thing I ever seen in my life. Not to mention, 16 years ago, my daughter, as a 6-week-old, ended up with whooping cough as well. And it's an ugly thing. It is an ugly thing. So it's no different than this vaccination. Yes, you can get the vaccination. And yes, you can still get COVID, but you should not get it as bad. Now, who knows? Somebody could really get it terrible, have a terrible case of it and pass away or whatnot, what have you. But I don't care what vaccination you get, you still can catch the disease. And that's the bottom line. Period.
All right.
So, I agree with everything you said, and I don't know what's so hard about it, but most people that I know that got vaccinated that still came down with COVID did not end up in the hospital, and they were able to, overcome it. Some of them still have lingering effects and so on and so forth. So
and actually, most people that I know who did come down with the virus, who were not vaccinated, didn't end up in the hospital, and they're fine as well.
I did. I ended up with it last year, coming into this year, and the only thing was I was very, very tired for 3 months. I could not work my other job. It was just impossible. And when I got the virus, I did not have a fever. I did not have a cough. I only had a headache and tired as heck. Like coming from upstairs, downstairs, I was sweating so bad it just didn't make any sense. Now, after 10 or 14 days, that's when I actually got a cough. That's when I actually got a fever. And, needless to say, I still had to quarantine, But,
Yes.
yeah. So,
but you probably would not have known if you didn't get tested.
right, and I did get tested. I went to work one day, I work at a radio station too, so I went to the radio station. When I came home, I called my daughter in advance. I said, hey, make sure everybody's eating because the only thing I'm going to do is peel off my clothes and get in the bed. My back was killing me. The aches were awful. Yeah. And the next day, my daughter was like, Mom, I think you need to go get tested. And I said, yeah, I agree. I went to go get tested, and I was positive. And I feel like anybody that does not feel well, and this is not your average not feeling well, like you got these aches and pains and you have a fever that you can't explain, go get tested. Because you might just have the virus. It hits people in different ways. So if your body is doing some different things, hey, go get tested. Because by not getting tested and you're around other people and babies too, and those people you've been around other people, it does a very disservice. It's a disservice. Please go get tested.
All right, Yvette.
Thank you.
That's Yvette. She said go get tested. I'm saying go get tested. I'm getting beat up. Y'all can't see the what we call them, the message boards. Y'all can't see it, but they're beating me up for wanting people to get tested. Horrible. Robert and Brian, you're coming up. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
12:30 The Buzz and
That's why I'm advocating once a month. Once a month. Go get tested. And again, the logic is simple in my mind. If you can get it and you can pass it, if you can get it and you can pass it, I'm talking about on Facebook too. If you can get it and you can pass it, I would think you would want to know to make sure you're not passing it to other people. No, I'm a leave him alone. I'm gonna leave him alone. I don't understand what is controversial about anything that I said. Quintano said I tried to get tested and it was a stupid process. Where did you try to get tested, or what was the process? Because it's a super simple process when I go literally every week. Like I said, if it takes me 5 minutes, it was a long time. Like, they didn't know what they were doing. Because it doesn't. Yeah, that's what I said, Glenn. Get vaccinated. Get tested. They set it up for you, not me. What are you going through when you go to get tested, Quintano? See, I feel like now yeah. Glenn said I waited longer in the car to get tested than the test took. And it's free. Exactly. He says everything. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what the process that you're going through. It all depends. Carolyn wants to know, when I get tested, how long does it take for my results to come back? It all depends, but typically within 2 days. Sometimes I get them back the next day. So I guess it all depends on how many tests they have. But it's typically 2 days. Quintano said they was trying to charge me. Oh, where were you going? Kamikia, although she thinks I'm spreading disinformation, she says some public libraries have free at-home tests.
You live in a nice neighborhood or condominium community, but that isn't enough. You need to know your board and community manager are making the right decisions to protect your investment. Communities.com to learn more.
I didn't have an update on her trial. What, is the jury out? Have they done closing arguments yet? Minutes to the top of the hour. I'm being accused of being Tucker Carlson. B, you crazy. You know that, don't you? I'm being accused of being Tucker Carlson because I want people to get tested.
I feel like that's the exact opposite of something Tucker Carlson would say.
But this is, look, I understand it. This is what you go through when you say things that people hadn't thought about, because they've been convinced that they don't need to do certain things. And then you say, hey, you might want to think about this. And then they're like, oh, you're spreading misinformation. Hey, you're a bad guy. But it's not that hard of a thing. And testing is really simple. Robert, you're on the buzz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Livingston. I'm one of those individuals who feel as though you're doing a disservice to your audience.
Okay.
The purpose is not to attack you in any way.
That's all right.
But I'm not about to split hairs or play the semantics game.
I don't know what you mean by semantics game, so yeah, let's not play.
Let me explain. Please. Let me explain. I feel as though what you're doing is similar to the more conservative shows because you overlook the chief concern. Now, I will admit, and I'm fully vaccinated, but I will admit that I can catch the virus. Right. I never disputed that. I never will.
Okay.
And I believe vaccinated people can give it to other vaccinated people, the virus itself. Okay? I believe that it's possible that everyone who's been vaccinated maybe carriers of the virus because it's a virus. Okay? And we as humans carry multiple viruses each and every day, but we don't get sick or hospitalized.
Okay.
The chief concern is in regards to hospitalization.
Your chief concern?
The chief concern about the virus itself, COVID itself.
Your chief concern?
Excuse me?
Your chief concern?
No, I think the public. No, we're not about to play this game. I think the public, because viruses have.
Hold on. I'm not playing a game. You have a chief concern. You believe that other people have a chief concern, and that's fine. But you can't make your chief concern my chief concern, and my concern is about the spread of the virus. All right?
Okay.
All right.
Now, again, the chief concern for being a public health issue is the hospitalizations and the sickness. That's it. If it was just the virus itself
that did
not involve hospitalizations or sickness, it wouldn't receive any publicity because there are new viruses that are discovered every other month probably. But we don't have these hospitalizations that we know of. And there may be some hospitalizations, but not at the magnitude of the COVID virus. So that's the chief concern.
That is your chief concern.
That's we'll just say my chief concern, and probably the 3 other people who may agree with me in America, okay?
But now dig this.
I'll accept that.
Now dig this. Now dig this. Do you believe at any point in the United States that we're going to reach 100% vaccination rate?
Absolutely not.
So, my chief concern is dealing with the people who are out here who may not. I know y'all don't care about the unvaccinated, but I actually
got that right.
right.
You got that
exactly.
Right,
but
I took the risk,
and that's
the
fine.
same concerns you have may be legitimate concerns with it being unknown, but I took the risk.
Robert.
So continue. Yes.
Right. You don't care about unvaccinated people. I do.
You got that right.
Right. You already said that, but I do. Okay. I don't want to see, unlike you, I don't want to see anybody die from it, okay? Now, one way to help stop the spread to the people who will not get vaccinated, because again, I think we agree, this may be the one thing we agree on, we will probably never hit, I haven't even said it, so you can't say it.
Well,
we would probably,
because I disagree with most things you say, so it'd be, unusual for me to agree with you, so please, I'll be quiet.
So the one thing that we probably do agree on is that we will more than likely never hit 100%. Now, while you may revel in people dying, I don't. So I don't want to.
No.
I think you do. You just finished saying you don't care about them. If you don't care about them, you just finished saying that. No, you just finished saying you don't care about unvaccinated people. You said, got that right. Got that right. So if you don't care about them, that means you don't care if they die. You don't care about them. I do. And if we can minimize the spread for even vaccinated people and get them to the point that when they're positive, they quarantine. They know that they're positive and they know that they can spread it, even to those lowly unvaccinated people that y'all don't care nothing about. I actually care about everybody. So,
may I state my position? Number one, I believe that a great deal has been invested in information to promote the fact that there's a possibility that you can reduce your risk of being hospitalized or getting sick. Now, some people may consider it to be misinformation. However, I feel you have been presented this information, and as an adult, you can make the correct decision whether you want to get vaccinated or not.
Right.
I'm not one of these pro-vaxxers because, you just should be mandated because it's your body, and I think that you should make your own personal decision concerning your health, okay? However, if I presented this information to you and you just decided to make whatever decision, and you end up getting sick as a result of not taking this advice wherever it has come from, that's on you. You made your bed, sleep in it.
Well, and yeah, I think we agree that that's how you feel.
Exactly.
All right.
What's wrong with that?
I didn't say it. Hold on. I didn't say it was wrong.
Okay. But let's get back to the case in chief here. I feel as though, again, you are taking a position of those right wingers by saying, okay, one way to stop the spread. You cannot stop the spread. As I said, for instance, I'm a Bengals season ticket holder, so I bet Paul Brown Stadium every game. So again, there's a strong likelihood being around 60,000 people.
All right.
I'm probably carrying. I accept that. Me and my son or my brother or my little mentee who I have with me, okay. We probably have contracted the virus. Okay, now.
And you should have quarantined. You should have quarantined.
Excuse me?
You should have quarantined if you had the virus. So you honestly believe that people with the virus should not quarantine now?
Emmanuel, we carry viruses every day.
Hold on. We're not talking about all the other viruses that we carry every day. Are you saying that if you test positive for the coronavirus, you should not quarantine now? Is that what you're saying?
My position is I had the shot. Boom.
Hold on. Are you advocating for people who are vaccinated and test positive to not quarantine?
You said so. The people who did what they were.
Hold on.
No, yes, I am, because
you're not
guess
going.
what? Because
so that's
guess
a yes.
What? Guess
Okay.
what? Because if I'm not sick, why should I quarantine? Why should I not? Why should I restrict myself if I am not sick now?
And I'm the right wing guy. I'm the right wing conservative. Yeah. And something that sounds like something that Tucker Carlson might say. Hey, if you're vaccinated and you test positive, you don't have to quarantine. Why would you quarantine? That sounds like some right-wing stuff. Not if you test positive, quarantine, but you should get tested. I don't know how, but I'm the right-wing guy. Let me get a break in here. It's the Afternoon Experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
WBBZ, Cincinnati. 1230 The Buzz, your talk station.
Good afternoon. News is sponsored by Unbound.org. One person is dead following a double shooting Sunday afternoon.
How is this controversial to say that everybody should get tested? I'm advocating the vaccine, and I'm advocating testing for everyone. Okay. All right, let me hit y'all with a few more stories. I got a few more stories that I have to throw out there to y'all. Things that I've seen in the news that are just interesting to me. You can be a Bengal season ticket holder. I really don't be trying to be controversial. I'm on a new crusade for everybody to get tested. That's not controversial. Five minutes after, it's the Afternoon Experience. My name is not Tucker Carlson. It is Emanuel Livingston. Sure? I'm 100% sure. It's Emanuel Livingston. I'm with you until 3 o'clock. I try to say non-controversial stuff.
Impossible. You are Mr. Controversial.
Oh, the world is crazy.
I don't know how you got King of Talk, but you definitely King of Controversial.
And let me tell you, and this is just, my opinion. Like when he kept saying I forget what he kept saying, the main concern or whatever, and I kept saying your main concern. Let me tell you, my concern is everybody. It's everybody. Vaccinated people and unvaccinated people, you're all important. Every life is important. Those 800,000+ people who died, they are important to me. And all of the people who are not vaccinated, just like you, a vaccinated person. Vaccinated persons can die from it still. It lessens the likelihood, but it doesn't totally eliminate it. So you should want to stop and or slow the spread as well. This ain't hard. But to say, I don't care about vaccinated people. If they die, they die. What? That's cold and heartless. That's cold and hard. It sounds like when they were saying, hey,
but apparently it's better than sounding like Tucker Carlson.
When they were saying, hey, just let the old people die. Forget lockdowns. Just let old people die. They lived a good life. They had their time. Let them die.
People were definitely saying
they were. Those right-wing people. And we were looking at them like, that's crazy. Why would you say that? Every life is important. Well, now Now that you are one of those people, but let them die. Come on. That's not good. That's not good. Mr. Wells.
Good afternoon. How you doing, Mr. Livingston?
I'm doing all right, sir.
Thank you for taking my call. Look, I'd like a little latitude, just a little time to give some feedback, and hopefully...
I'm not promising you that.
Well, okay. Christmas time is here. give a brother a present.
But we gonna see what happens. Look, you talk about you want some latitude time, bro. When you be on, people get mad at me because I let you be on for like 15 minutes. But so for you to call in and say I need some latitude and some extra time, that sounds like you want to be a co-host.
No, it's that you open up a show about Odell Owens. Look, when a person calls in and goes beyond his or her professional practice, that professional license is not in play. He's Dr. Owens when he's providing obstetrics and gynecological practices. Let's keep it 100, everybody. I am a school teacher. OH1205267. If I comment on education, I'm an expert.
So Mr. Wells, what's the point that you like to make?
Well, I wanted to make sure to rebut Dr. Owens and then deal with something else you had said about whatever. Now, first off, I've been a critic of Dr. Owens' position on public policy for a long time. Look, if someone comes and says they've been involved with education for 20 and 30 years and they supported public policy that we voted on, the numbers have to be given to the community. The preschool promise was given to the voters in Cincinnati to redirect ECE money through community chest for the benefit of CPS. That was a cultural shift. That's one issue he addressed. He said he supports it.
Hold on, Mr. Wells, that was on the Lincoln Ware show. That's what he talked about on the Lincoln Ware show.
I deal with COVID. I deal with COVID.
All right, so move on to what I'm actually talking about.
Well, you said something. Okay, beyond his clinical practice, he is not a public health communicable disease specialist. He's obstetrics and gynecology.
All right.
And you said, wait a minute, something's falling off here on your messaging, Dr. Owens, because what you're saying based on the body of knowledge is inconsistent. It completely is. So in this area, he loses competency and credibility. His professional practice is obstetrics and gynecology. It's not communicable diseases, it's not public health. Now, at this point, he's being a propagandist because you said, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense based on the body of knowledge that we all know about. And he should be held accountable for that.
All right.
And as well, Mr. Livingston, if people think that people are just crazy about this because people take an opposing position, you can go to the website, Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance. Dr. Pierre Corey has posted extensively. The website is COVID19criticalcare.com, saying that the model that we've been using on dealing with COVID has been defective and has been in error for the last year. It should be more community-based if we're communicating this disease, like with Omicron. How does Omicron get from South Africa to the USA in less than a month's time? There's got to be some contact mapping to justify that. These things, and look, remember, people haven't been getting on airplanes and flying around the planet. We've been having all these.
Of course they have. People have been getting on airplanes and flying all over the planet. Yes, they have.
No.
Yeah.
Emanuel, look, on the South African contact tracing, it has to be justified. It's like people don't want to bring on. If I bring up Wuhan now, people say, "Oh, don't say that." Well, there's got to the epicenter. There has to be some legitimate conjecture from the first, like with HIV, from the first case to where we are now. There's got to be some connections from the epicenter to where we are now. That's just logic.
Mr. Wells.
Causal effect.
Mr. Wells, let me ask you a few simple questions, just so that I understand your position. Do you believe that the coronavirus exists?
Yeah, of course, it's not belief. Yes, it measurably exists.
Okay. Do you believe that the vaccination can help lessen the chances of severe illness or death?
No, I do not, because the numbers don't bear it out.
What numbers? Hold on. Come on, slow down. I want to understand you. What numbers are you looking to bear something out?
The breakthrough cases, and then as well the deaths. Look,
hold on, Mr. Wells, hold on. All right, you understand, or do you understand that breakthrough cases, just because someone tests positive for it, doesn't mean that they have severe symptoms or that they're going to die. You understand that, right?
No, but the thing is, remember, people got vaccinated after being positive. Oh, it was a crazy whole time period in there. So wait a minute, if I get vaccinated, I should not have a breakthrough case.
No, that's not. That would be if the vaccine were a magic cure. But the vaccine is not a magic cure. The vaccine, again, it just lessens your chances of, well, it does lessen your chance of getting it, and it lessens your chances of severe reactions and death.
Okay, now
but
here's
it
the
doesn't
answer.
mean that it's impossible to get.
Here's the answer.
Okay.
What's the need for a booster 1 and booster 2? As you see it.
Well, I think, as I understand, the need for the boosters.
The propaganda.
What I think, as I understand it, and I might not be 100% correct about
Look, Emanuel,
okay?
you on the point. Look, this is all COVID propaganda, not public health science. And this is where the pushback is coming from. Go and look at their website, Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance. People who work in public health community disease said, look, Fauci has been incorrect. And you're right. Early on, they told us not to get the face masks because all we would do is waste them.
They did
spread disease. And look, we know this happened. What's going on with African Americans? This has become a political farce, and the same people, the billionaire class, Bill Gates, people had he went to the World Economic Forum and put in a projected equation with this Harvard biochemist about how we could decrease the global population by 2.5%.
Mr. Wells, I gotta run, but let me just implore you, okay? Are you
going to go to the website?
Well, probably not. Because
Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance.
I'll look at it.
Dr. Perry Corey.
I'll look at it, but I have a feeling that it's not necessarily a great website.
Oh, wait, Mr.
I have that. But
he's a medical doctor.
Wait a minute.
He's gone to Congress.
Hold on. I have that feeling based on a number of things that you say. But
wait a minute. Pump your brakes. Listen to what you're saying.
But hold on, Mr. Wells. Hold on, Mr. Wells. But I will go to it. But what I implore you, Mr. Wells, is please think about getting vaccinated.
Nope. I tested negative. That's all I need to know.
Okay. Well,
keep me 100.
At least try to understand what the vaccination is. Okay?
Emanuel, I walk around people every day who are vaccinated, and I got to navigate society. I got to deal with that culture.
All right. Well, Mr. Wells.
So, look, I'm anti-vaccine. I tested negative.
Well, to keep getting tested.
No need to.
All right. I appreciate your call. 513.
Why you just wouldn't let that man be right with you?
513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board.
He was agreeing with you and everything. You just brushed him off.
I hate nonsense on both sides. I hate nonsense on both sides. You're not coming on here telling me that the vaccine ain't real and it don't do nothing. It does something. It clearly does something. The numbers bear that out, okay?
But then if you can acknowledge that it does something, Emmanuel, why won't you promote it?
I do promote it. Just because I don't get it doesn't mean, or I won't get it doesn't mean I don't promote it.
But what else could be the ultimate promotion than you getting it?
Hey, I'm not getting it, but I'm not trying to scare other people into not getting it or scare other people into getting it. So I don't like, in spite of the fact that I'm being accused of it, I don't like misinformation. Okay? I don't like misinformation. And some stuff is just reasonable, like getting tested and knowing your status. Reasonable. 749-1230. Oh, Key. CK. Cleveland. All on board. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
In case you missed the Russ Paul Morning Show.
And Glenn, you said conservatives were saying that about letting the old people die. I never said that there was anybody else saying. I didn't lose anything. He said I lose my argument when I suggest otherwise. I didn't suggest otherwise. Actually, that was my whole point. You misunderstood the point. The point was I'm being accused of being Tucker Carlson and those conservatives giving out misinformation, and by a guy on the line saying, just let people die. That's what the conservatives were saying. So if I were conservative, I might be on his side. Just let people die. That was you misunderstood the point I was making.
Make holiday shopping a breeze with the One VIP Visa debit card. Get cashback rewards on all purchases and shop our black-owned business partners to get double rewards and unique gift ideas. Hassle-free and easy, just like it should be. Go to onevip.com and get your card today. The One VIP Visa prepaid card is issued by Stride Bank and
Oakdale will say if they really want to get a hold of this thing, everybody will get weekly tested and they'll have a national lockdown for 30 days. That's not going to happen. They're not going to have a lockdown. That's not going to happen. And I'm only advocating vaccinated people to maybe get tested once a month. So at least we'll have some idea whether, they probably should get tested weekly, but that's not going to happen either because they feel special. So they shouldn't have to get tested even once a month, some of them. But I agree with you, but that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Oh, boy. The reason that I'm hesitant about looking is just because who the information came from. But that was why I thought about that in the midst of saying it, and I changed my mind. Because, you can even get good information from, a Trumper. So, Victoria, that's why I did change my mind and said I would look at the information. I'll be hesitant. And I'll look at it like, ooh, let me see. But I'll look at it. I'll look at it. But it's like if Donald Trump came in here and gave me a website and said, look at this, get the information, I'd be like, you giving me a website? I don't know if I trust that website. What I don't want to happen is my screen freezing with your mouth open. I didn't just spit my pop out last time. I can't control what happens. Maybe I'll try to talk. I'll try to talk with my mouth closed. I'm not a good ventriloquist, but I'll try. So then that way, if the screen freezes, then I'll just be sitting here like a horrible, non-talking person. I am not a good ventriloquist. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I decided to look at the website, I would be, what's the word I'm looking for? I would be skeptical. I would go in as a skeptic, but willing to give it a shot, but I would go in skeptical. Well, no, I did something. I knocked something loose, and that was why. And then when I saw the thing saying no sound, then I connected it back. So, yes, that was 100% my fault.
To buy your home, you became a house hunting ace, learned about loans, scoured neighborhoods, and asked the right questions.
And I didn't bring a new set of batteries today. I'll bring them tomorrow. So hopefully these batteries that I've been using since last week, hopefully they'll hold up. 22 minutes after. It's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I am with you until 3 o'clock. 513-749-1230. Let me go back to the phone. You know, Omicron is spreading. Omicron is spreading. Now, they're saying it's not clear yet if Omicron is a milder variant, because initial reports said it was really mild. Initial reports said it was really mild. But they're saying it's definitely spreads a lot more rapidly. Do you put "ly" on the end? Rapidly?
I think so. I don't think you would say more rapid.
Okay. So it spreads rapidly. And but they're saying that the jury is still out on whether or not it's a milder strain. The jury's still out. So that's one where we're still looking. Over in the UK, they say we don't necessarily think it's milder. But they're saying, but we're not sure yet. We're not sure yet. So they're looking at all of the evidence, but apparently there's an uptick. And everybody's back to being concerned. There are certain areas that are going back to restrictions and shutdowns. That's happening around the country right now. Right now. So I know people are like, oh, I'm so tired of hearing about the coronavirus, but anytime a new variant comes out and people begin to kind of panic and start shutting stuff down, you got to talk about it. 513-749-1230. Key.
Hey, Emmanuel.
Hello.
Raven, how y'all doing?
Fantastic.
Okay, I was just commenting on the caller that said, like, that if he was vaccinated and he got the virus, that he wouldn't quarantine.
Mm-hmm.
I was just calling saying, like, a lot of businesses have that same attitude, because where I work at, they feel the same way. If you're vaccinated and you get the virus, you can come to work still. You just have to wear a mask. And if you're unvaccinated, you have to quarantine.
Really?
Yes.
A
hot mess.
That sounds so irresponsible that if you have a virus that has killed 800,000 people in the United States, I just walk around with it. Just don't. It don't matter.
Just as long as you wear a mask.
Yeah, that's irresponsible. Being an unvaccinated person, if I get it again, I'll be quarantining again.
Right. And then, like you said, I feel everybody should wear a mask, vaccinated or unvaccinated.
And they should get tested.
Right, exactly. And then that's another thing. Only the unvaccinated has to get tested.
But I am definitely, actually today, I'm going to be sending a series of emails to our vaccine people, suggesting to them that we begin because they're saying, look, we are just thinking about the safety of the workplace. And so if you're really thinking about the safety of the workplace, everyone needs to be tested regularly.
Correct.
So I will be sending a series of emails to this company, hoping that they take that under consideration.
Correct, because like with our business, it's like they send out emails, but they mostly cater to the vaccinated. Like they say, like, just because they're wearing a mask doesn't mean that they're unvaccinated. and then they say like they encourage the unvaccinated to get vaccinated. They keep sending out emails, but majority is like catered to vaccinated.
Yes. All right.
All righty.
Key, I appreciate the call.
All righty. You and Raven enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. All right. CK.
Yeah, man, your Livingston, great show, man.
Thank you.
Hey, see, when I go, like I went to 2011, I went to Withrow and talked to the kids, and I told them, you know, don't do drugs. You know what I mean? Don't try, you know, don't commit crimes. You know, you shouldn't be having sex, but if you do have sex, protect yourself. This is what I tell the kids, because they underage. They need guidance. But this is America. If Lincoln Ware decides to get the vaccine, it's cool. If Emanuel decides not to get the vaccine, it's cool. Okay. They are grown men.
Okay.
With children and grandchildren. They can do what they want to do. The problem is we want to tell grown folks what to do. No, whatever you want to do, you do it. I got to put the condom on my penis. I don't care what nobody else do. What? So I don't care if you wear a mask or not. That's the problem. We want to tell everybody what to do. This is America.
But
that goes against the principles.
But CK, I kind of agree with you. But at the same time, you keep bringing the sex analogy into it.
Yes, sir.
So you should, CK, know if you have herpes. And if CK has herpes, and CK goes
if
and
Emanuel
starts...
had herpes, let's do the analogy right.
I know that's right, CK. Don't let him be out
Come on, man. You can't put that on me now. If Emanuel has herpes, go along.
You putting the condom on your penis because you got herpes, right?
No, hell no. I'm putting the condom on myself to protect myself from STDs.
Don't let him set you up like that.
Yeah.
And that's my point, CK.
I got you.
You still need to get tested periodically if you are out there sexually active to make sure that you didn't catch anything and that you aren't spreading it.
No, as a grown man, you must. I don't have to tell Emanuel what to do. He raised his whole family.
But it's
I can't tell you nothing.
No, I'm not.
Kanye West.
Oh my goodness, I'm not telling you who to have sex with, right? I'm suggesting to you, CK, that you get tested so that you know if you got herpes and you don't then go spreading it to other people because you didn't know you had it.
But let me tell you, this is the problem. We act like we don't know people know how to take care of themselves. I just assume Lincoln Ware is a grown man.
Mm-hmm.
Emanuel is a grown man. They know how to do what they need to do to survive. So to tell me something, why do you think you need to tell me something? I know how to live out here. So that's the problem. Y'all want to tell grown people how to live. No, dude, I work at the airport. I deal with thousands of people.
Mm-hmm.
So why I ain't dead? So it can't nobody really tell me nothing. I'm supposed to be the first casualty dealing with all the people. So I don't tell people to wear masks. They ask me, well, do I need to wear a mask? It's your body. Do you want
should wear a mask. You should. Now
that's there you go telling. You telling people you can wear it if you want to.
CK. There's a difference between saying you should do this and you have to do this. There's a difference. Just like you went to the school and you told the kids you shouldn't be having sex, but if you are, you should protect yourself.
Yes.
Exactly. So you can do that. You're not telling them you're not allowed to have sex, but you shouldn't be doing it. But if you do, you should protect yourself. There's nothing wrong with that.
And that's who we got to talk to the youth. Stop telling. The problem is
even grown people need to be told that from time to time. If you out here having sex, you need to protect yourself with your grown self because you might end up like CK and, get some herpes or something.
Oh, my God. Did you hear that? Oh, my God.
Theoretically speaking.
That Bill Cosby got talking to you like that?
You heard the long pause before he said theoretically?
Jesus.
We're talking an analogy, man. It's an analogy.
But damn, you come with some evil analogies. Good God.
You brought up sex.
But you should have said Rush Limbaugh.
Because that's what you would be getting tested for.
Why wouldn't you say? You should have said Donald Trump got herpes or something. Why you gonna put it on me, man? We fellow brothers. Stop trying to humiliate people, man. We black.
I don't know. You do like R. Kelly, so,
Who like R. Kelly? That's your favorite singer. You had to stop listening to him after the Lifetime special. Watching Lifetime.
CK, I appreciate your call. All right.
CK ain't never calling back.
He the one who brought up sex and putting on condoms.
Why did your mind equate sex with herpes? Like, we was not headed in that direction.
No, we're talking about.
Well, you couldn't just use pregnancy because that's also what happens when you don't wear a condom. You can get somebody pregnant.
But we're talking about stuff that you get that you can spread to other people.
You can spread pregnancy to other people.
You can't spread pregnancy to other people.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. You can
Men
impregnate.
spread pregnancy all the time.
Men impregnate women, but they don't spread pregnancy.
Okay.
So yeah, if we're talking about getting tested, then that's something you might want to get tested for. I'm just saying.
If I was thinking, I would never call you again.
513-749-1230. Cleveland, you're up next. John, Kelly, Quintano, and you if you call 749-1230. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
All the news and information you
He brought it up. I didn't bring it up. He brought it up. And if we're talking about, because I'm talking about getting tested so that you don't spread the coronavirus to other people, what else would I talk about using his sex analogy? So he brought herpes on himself. He brought it on himself. Forget. Oh, Cleveland's phone. Maybe he got a new phone. I'm believing Cleveland got a new phone since the last time we spoke. I need some water. And I didn't bring my water in here. My throat is dry. No, I'll go get it eventually. David, I will not bet on it. I will not be betting on whether or not Cleveland's phone sounds decent. I'm not losing my money. I'm believing, but not betting. Believing, but not betting. Miss Lucky Charms say, I'm not going around telling nobody nothing. As long as I'm protected and masked up, that's your business. You got a right to feel that way. I just feel like we even got to look out for sometimes people who don't look out for themselves. And the idea that I got mine, so I ain't worried about nobody else, is bad to me. Now, I got mine. I ain't going to force you to worry about yours, but I'll do things to help protect you as well. Angela says she disagrees. There's too much humanity going on. And I did not say throke. I don't even know what a throke is. Stoke. Thoke. Thoke. And where y'all getting that R from? I did not say throke. How did you see me on Saturday, Tria? "22 minutes till the top of the hour. It's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. Bernie Sanders went out there with the Kellogg workers in Michigan. He praised their incredible courage to take on corporate greed. Yeah, apparently a few companies have decided to, workers unions have decided to go on strike during this pandemic. They want better working conditions and better wages. I'm with that. I'm with that. And Kellogg has said they offered them a 3% raise. They didn't take the 3% raise. They said that left them with no choice but to permanently replace striking workers with new hires. And now somebody called in here like, Kellogg is hiring. I am not a proponent. And I guess you gotta do what's best for you, but it kind of goes, I guess, kind of with the theme so far of the show. Yeah, you gotta do what's best for you, but what about the other man? And to me, it's one of those things where, all right, all of these workers came together and they all said, we're not making enough money and the working conditions are not suitable for us. We want more money and we want better working conditions along with other things. So for you to then say, when Kellogg say no, for you to then step in there and say, hey, well, I'll go in and I'll work for them. Eventually you're going to want some more money and you're going to want better working conditions, because what makes you think they going to treat you any better than they treated those workers? It's like being a side piece. Hold on, he cheating on his woman or she cheating on her man, her husband and wife, but you think, well, but when I go in, they gonna treat me right. You the side piece. When the main ones go away and then the newness wears off, they gonna treat you just like they treated them, if not worse.
Probably worse, because now they know you willing to work for less.
Right. So why would you put yourself in the position to be treated bad by a corporation? You see what they're doing. But again, on the other hand, if you unemployed and you're looking at the money that they making and you like, they talking about they want more money. They make plenty of money. As a matter of fact, what they offering me is less than what they offering them, and that's an upgrade for me. Okay, I get it. I understand that it might be an upgrade for you, but you have to understand that eventually once you get used to that, it's not going to, you're going to want to raise at some point. And when they look at you like, nope. But then what? I am pro-organized labor. I am pro-organized labor. And I will never knowingly cross a picket line. Like, hearing this, I have to look at my cupboard and see what cereal I got.
I was just getting ready to ask you, so are you about to start a boycott, a Kellogg boycott?
All I'm going to say, because I don't want to get in no trouble. all I'm going to say is, Post pretty much got the same cereals. You know what I'm saying? With a different name.
That's true.
And if you are not pro-labor, paying your labor what they're worth, I don't know that I can support you. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm boycotting anybody, but I do support organized labor. Cleveland.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to give you as much credit as Ozzy did, even though I appreciate your opening monologue, but I detected a lot of sarcasm. And I'll ask you, what do you have against people who are vaccinated?
Other than they need to get tested, nothing.
Okay. But
what do you have against Kings of Talk?
What do I have against what?
Kings of Talk.
You mean Lincoln Ware?
No.
Nothing.
Like real Kings of Talk.
Well, that's Lincoln Ware. Nothing.
It is not.
Hey, but you know what? I will say that I have an increased appreciation for you. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
But and this is a message more so for Raven, because I know how old heads are reluctant or resistant to new things. But I've come on the radio before, or on the airwaves by my calls, and have talked about just naturopathic stuff, and I had suggested getting a naturopath on to you and Lincoln, and you evidently don't believe in that, so I would assume otherwise you would have kind of like checked it out.
Hold on, did I check it out?
No, I don't think you did you?
Well, I figure so whatever you believe must be true.
Well, I figured if you checked it out, you would have been fascinated by it. So what I'll say to do you know what naturopathic medicine is?
Yes.
Okay, as far as you to your knowledge, what is it?
All right, but just so you know, once I answer this question, I hang up the phone, because I answered your question, and now what you're trying to do is get me to prove that I know what I just told you I know. Hold on, let me finish. So if I prove to you that I know what I know, that becomes the end of the conversation. So you want me to answer that?
No, what it means is that I can go on.
No. Hold on. Do you want me to tell you what I believe it means?
Does it mean you're going to hang up afterwards, or do I get to finish on?
Do you want me to tell you?
No. Okay. Anyway, what I was going to say is, and basically, if you don't know, basically what it is, it's just, it's a non-invasive way of promoting healing. Your body heals itself, right? And you do it through foods, you do it through essential oils, like myrrh, oil of oregano, cloves.
Everybody knows that.
Okay, but read it, but it has all to do with immunity. It has all to do with immunity. And if you're going to, and I keep saying that if you're really serious about giving people information, the community information, to where they can protect themselves, then if you check that out, and that's why I say to Raven, if Raven will do it, just do some research. It's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward on gut health, the immune system, and the natural ways that you can help your.
Have you taken the vaccine?
No, but I have my reasons for taking it. I have a condition. I don't know how my body will respond to that. I don't know how my body will respond to it.
Do you get tested to see if you have the virus?
Yeah, I've gotten tested, and I'm very careful.
I'm saying on a regular basis, do you get tested?
There's no reason for me to get tested on a regular basis. I'll get tested if I'm in certain situations.
Okay.
If there's somebody that has been positive, or even if I've been in a situation to where I feel that I may have been exposed, because I don't want to pass it on to any loved ones, and I'll go get tested. So yeah, I'm very careful. But what I was going to ask Raven, if she would do some research just on gut health alone, and that would explain a whole bunch of stuff.
All right, hold on. Raven, will you do some research on gut health?
Hey, man.
She said yes.
There you go.
She said yes.
There you go.
All right.
And if she finds it noteworthy, then maybe she may try to push to get a naturopath or naturopathic doctor on the air to explain some things to people. And it would make all the difference in the world with a lot of people. If your immune system is running on all cylinders or pretty close, then you can pretty much deal with that virus.
All right.
I've had it.
All right, Cleveland.
I've had it.
Cleveland, I appreciate your call.
Thank you.
All right, that was Cleveland. 513-749-1230.
Cleveland, I appreciate that you think I have any kind of pull to arrange any kind of interview.
You do.
I appreciate that. No, I
you
don't.
do. Yes, you do.
No,
yes, you do. Yeah, that's my new rule. That's my new rule. If somebody asks me, Emanuel, do you know this? And I say yes, and then they want me to qualify, that's the call. You want me to prove it? I will prove it. Like, Raven, I want to ask you, if someone had, in your experience with me here, and I believe you've been here since day one of the afternoon experience, or were you?
Almost like a couple months.
To your knowledge, if I don't know something and someone asks me, do you know this? Don't I say no?
Yes.
Why would I say yes if I don't know?
Because you don't like to be wrong. So why would you say yes if you don't know? Because they're going to ask you about something you don't know about. You don't like talk about stuff you don't know about.
So if you ask me, Emanuel, do you know this? And I say yes, that means I know. Now, if you say...
But what people asking when they say that... But that's what I'm saying. When people are asking you to prove it, they want to know that you... The same way that they've interpreted that information, they want to know that you interpreted it the same way, because they feel like because they understand it so well, or however they understand it, that is what drives their actions. And so if your actions are different, then you must not understand the same way they understand.
That's not what they mean when they say it. That's not what they mean when they say it. See, and this is one of the things, as the King of Talk, it's one of the benefits of being the King of Talk. I know what they're thinking and how they're trying to, and so what happens, they don't believe that I know what I just said I know. So they want me to say it so they can say, I knew you didn't know, or, well, all right, I guess you do know. And then they want to move on.
Why are people intellectually intimidated by you?
No one's intimidated by me. If I say I know something, trust me, I know it.
Is that not a move that you would pull if you were intellectually intimidated by somebody?
No, it's a move you pull when you're trying to trap somebody because you don't believe them. I do it. I do it from time to time.
That's why you don't want to call it what it is.
Yeah. I've said, I'm not saying, just for example, Mr. Wells. Mr. Wells, so what is so-and-so? And a lot of times you get, more black people. So how many black people got? Well, I don't know. How would you know more black people than? It's because people say things that they don't know. I'm not one of those people. If I don't know something, I say no. Let me get a break in here. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
101.5 The Buzz. Connecting you to information.
Yeah, that's my new rule. If I said I know it, damn it, I know it. Forgive me for the language. And I'm comfortable. But look, I'm comfortable with them flipping it on me like, all right, I'm going to answer your question, but then I'm hanging up. I'm all right with that. Turnabout is fair play. Turnabout is fair play. So I'm all right with that. I do. I just brought up one. Bernie Sanders and the Kellogg strike. See, y'all missed the story. Y'all be missing the story because other people go back to what else we talked about. But I did. I brought it up. Did I say Kroger? Kellogg strike. I don't know why I see that K and I'm going to say Kroger. Kellogg strike.
The demands that others place on our time and energy can be great. And for many of us, the COVID-19 pandemic has only increased those demands. It's no wonder we're feeling burned out or run down. As 2021 ends and we look ahead to the new year, try making self-care a priority. It can help you manage stress, lower your risk of illness, and increase your energy. Finding what makes you happy and setting boundaries are just a few ways to care for yourself. For more specific advice, visit interactforhealth.org.
John waited 12 years. Elizabeth waited 3 months. Ben waited 1 year. Tyson
Quintano says right back ain't cheating. I don't know what that means.
We remember all of those people who died waiting because their life-saving call never came. Their deaths
What admitted mistakes in one show?
that cared about them. More than 110,000 men, women, and children are waiting for the call to receive a life-saving organ transplant. Register today to become an organ, eye, and tissue donor at lifepassiton.org.
And speaking of CK, I have this story about R. Kelly. He's not trying to get out of jail. Well, I mean, I'm sure he's still trying to get out of jail, but that's not what this story is about.
Your daughter doesn't want to talk about why her room is a horrible mess. Your son doesn't want to talk about why he's wearing this mess.
Why am I seeing Japanese or whatever when I scroll over this? How do they? I'm seeing Spanish. I'm seeing some look like Japanese or Chinese. What language is this? Come and look. Like, I know this is Spanish. Eliminar un ocultar esto. Like this, where I'm hovering, Spanish.
Yeah. Oh.
What language is that?
Looks like Korean, maybe. Japanese or Korean.
So you're going to say Korean because I said Japanese or Chinese. You're going to say Korean.
I mean, it could be Korean. I don't know. You just asked me to look.
Why couldn't you say Japanese or Chinese?
That's what I said, Korean or Japanese. One of them. It's not Chinese.
Why ain't it Chinese?
Because Chinese don't look like that.
That look like Chinese to me.
It could. Well, if you're so convinced, why did you ask?
I'm bothered by you saying it might be Korean.
Japanese or Korean, maybe Chinese, since that. I gotta go. But it's one of them.
6 minutes. 6 minutes to the top of the hour. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. All right, let me go back to the phone. Let me get the calls in and hit some other stories. I can do this quickly. John, you're on the buzz.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing
I just called to make a comment on what we were talking about. But first, I have a really quick question. Just in reference to your previous caller.
Yes, sir.
It baffles me. What would motivate somebody to call and stay on hold for 25, 30 minutes just to argue with you? Because it's clear that Cleveland has an issue with your platform. Why does he keep calling you?
I'm comfortable with it. It don't bother me. I don't know why, but it don't bother me. John?
Yeah, I'm here. But I mean, to the topic, I just wanted to kind of chime in on the vaccinated and testing. I work with an employer that requires us to be 2-dose vaccinated. We test on a weekly basis. We take a temperature check upon entering the building, and you have to be masked in all common areas. So there's nothing wrong with vaccinated people being tested.
And that's that sounds like a company that is really trying to protect its workers.
Yeah, and that's what we get from it. So I just wanted to jump in and make that comment because I think everyone should go through that protocol.
All right.
Have a good day.
John, you do the same. Thanks for your call. Kelly.
Hey, Emanuel Livingston. It's Kelly Prather. How are you?
I am fantastic. Kelly Prather.
Hey, real quick, I think that employer who is not requiring vaccinated employees to be tested, I think that's the most irresponsible thing in the world. Like you said, Emanuel, 800,000 U.S. citizens have died to date. Last week in New York, 21,000 people contracted the coronavirus. 21,000 they were diagnosed in one day. And I think last week in Hamilton County, we had like 2,000 people who were diagnosed. I have a niece who is suffering from the coronavirus now, and she has no idea where it came from or how she got it because she is extremely conscious. But between last week and the week before last, I know 7 people who have died.
Oh.
5 of those people have died from either the coronavirus or complications related to the coronavirus.
Mm-hmm.
I get where people don't, they're afraid of the vaccination. Heck, I work in healthcare, and I was afraid of the vaccination. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you remember, I had a horrible reaction to the vaccination that I got at Walmart. So, I just think that we need to look at where we're getting vaccinated. I went to UC Health and had my second vaccination, and I didn't have any problems. But we need to make sure that we're continuing to be tested. We need to make sure that we're being vaccinated because people are dying. And, if I could digress for 1 minute and just say this now. Emanuel, there's an uptick in kids shooting, right? Kids, hello?
Yes.
There's an uptick in kids
when you
shooting.
say that there's an uptick in kids shooting, you mean the homicide rate and the juveniles being charged with homicide?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the homicide rate and the juveniles being charged with homicide, and I'm happy you clarified that because it may not be the kids. They may just be being charged for it. I don't know. But one thing I know that the FOP president is going to be elected today, and I think Dion Mack would make an amazing FOP president. But the one thing I want to say as it relates to this in District 3 is they really need to look at these BPs. There's a lot of crimes that go on at the local BPs. They allow so much activity to take place around them. The one on the one on Queen City Avenue, and the one on Glenway Avenue, where there was a shooting at 2:00 in the afternoon in broad daylight. They were up there shooting. So I'm hoping that they deal with that because that's an issue. And I'm so happy that they're looking at the fact that these babies need mental health treatment. So the analogy that they were using as it relates to the homicide rate and mental illness was really, really good. So I'm hoping that they go back to that. But again, we need to take a healthier approach to dealing with a lot of the problems. People need to get vaccinated because people are dying at alarming rates. So thank you so much for taking my call, Emanuel Livingston. And I hope you and Raven Mundy have a blessed day.
All right. Thank you very much, Kelly Prather. All right. Let me get GS in here. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry, GS. I don't want to do you a disservice. Let me get this break in, and then GS. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
WDC Cincinnati, home of the afternoon experience.
Quintano says, why am I a number? I don't know what that means, Quintano.
Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Could you date a person who had previously been demonically possessed? I'm just asking. Could you date and or marry a person if you find out they had previously been demonically possessed? If somebody who was demonically possessed and Yes, had to have an exorcism. Could you date somebody who has had an exorcism performed on them because the church believed that they were legitimately demonically possessed? And what if you believed in it? Two minutes after. It's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I'm with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. 513-749-1230. Let me get GS in here. GS.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm fantastic. And you?
I'm good. Thank you very much. Hey, I agree with what you said about testing. Those who are vaccinated, they should be regularly tested. I don't understand the hesitation for that.
Yeah.
But one thing that you said to Mr. Wells that kind of triggered my call to you, you asked him if he doesn't believe the statistics, the information about the effectiveness of the vaccine. I'm asking this question, but let me say I'm not anti-vaccine. I got to say this every time, not anti-vaccine. I'm just anti-confusion.
Okay.
But you asked him if he believes the statistics. I was wondering what statistics did you bank on, that you use? I know somebody else said something and you said it might be a fake website or whatever.
Well, I don't remember asking him if he believes the statistics, but I was just trying to understand what he believes, not necessarily to pass judgment on it, but just to understand, because if I'm having a conversation with you and you have a totally different understanding, which is why the first thing I asked you, does he believe that the coronavirus actually exists? Because there are people out there who are like, that ain't real. That's just, they making that up. So yeah, that was why I asked that question. Now, if you ask, what statistics do I believe? None.
Okay, well.
But hold on, but let me explain. There's a reason why I don't necessarily. Statistics are numbers, and in order for me to fully accept a statistic as real, I have to believe that those are the accurate numbers. And it all depends on where are the numbers coming from? How are they coming to the conclusion that these are the actual numbers? And I accept the idea behind a lot of statistics, but I have a hard time believing most statistics as being factually accurate.
Okay. A lot of times when I evaluate one side or the other, I usually use somebody's own words. Yes. If I were an anti-vaxxer, I would look directly at Fauci and everything that he has to say, rather than going to some website that strictly agrees with me. And the thing about it with myself, that I'm just confused by the information that we're given. For instance, there's a site called Worldometers, World, the letter O, and meters with an S on it.
Yes.
And that site, it gives statistics on
the coronavirus, the number of deaths around the world, everything.
Yeah, that's the site that I used to use when I was giving out those numbers.
Okay. Now, my question, to those who are pro vaccine, I know you said the experts won't come on your program because you ask hard questions. And so the hard question is, the United States, North America, if you would compare North America with Africa, which one would have the most vaccines and which one therefore should have the least number of deaths, the least number of cases? When you look at it, the North American countries are far more vaccinated than Africa. Africa has twice the population of the North American countries, and yet Africa has 1/7 of the deaths, as does the North American countries. That's just puzzling to me. They have less vaccinated people. They got far more population, and yet they have fewer cases. I don't get it.
And the question that I would ask would be, how spread out is the population? Like, where you get like a New York where everybody's right on top of each other, you're going to have larger numbers. Whereas if you go to some rural area, that's difficult for me to say. But if you go to some area where everyone's spread out, even if there were more people over a greater area, you would probably have less cases because there are fewer people coming into contact with one another. So that might be one possible answer to that. There are a number of different things that one would have to consider.
I agree with you on that. But then when you just look at the number of cases, if you just look at the number of cases and the number of deaths related to the cases, it's worse in the North American continent than it is in the African continent. If you just look straight at cases.
But again, testing, who's determining who's positive and who's not? It's like the vaccinated people saying, vaccinated people don't test positive as much as vaccinated people. Well, if you're not testing, you're not going to test. So if in certain areas they don't have as much testing, you're not going to have as many positives. And then even if people are dying and they haven't been tested, the death might not be attributed to COVID, even though it might be.
Okay, let me ask you one last question about information, and maybe you can answer this because it puzzles me. Okay, Pfizer, when they were testing their product, okay. Right. Now here's the first problem I see with that. Pfizer is doing the testing. They have every incentive to say that what they've created works. They have every incentive to. There's no other industry or product where the manufacturer can do its own testing. For automobiles, the automobile manufacturer can't tell you what the crash statistics is for their own vehicle. The Transportation Safety Administration, they handle that. But here we have Pfizer doing its own testing and giving you the results. When they started testing for children, okay, I read the Pfizer study. They had 3,000 plus children in this study.
All
right. Now, here's the puzzling part for me. There have been instances where young men have had reactions to the vaccine, and they had some type of cardiac, I can't think of the term, what it's called, but some type of cardiac anomaly that causes problems in young men when they take the vaccine. But Pfizer's stats, they had 3,000 plus children in the test, in their their exam, their testing. And then they said there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of young men getting this heart condition.
All right.
Now that just blew me away. How can you only have 3,000 plus people in the test, but 1 in 10,000 chance that somebody's going to get this problem?
Well, that's
can you explain that one?
To the best of my ability, that's a sample thing. Like, you extrapolate those numbers out. So if you have 3,000 and you have 300 million people, or, let's say 300,000 children or 3 million children, whatever the case may be, you look at those numbers, which is a sample, and then you extrapolate that out. So that's where you would come up with those numbers, the 1 in every so-and-so, even though you're like, they didn't even have 10,000 people in the study. How could they say that?
They only had 3,000 people in the study. So, I mean, you can't say 1/5 of a person had this condition. You can't say that. Either one person had it or not. You can't say 1/5 or 1/20th of a person had this condition. Therefore, it works out to 1 in 10,000.
Right, but well, again, I'm not going to do the best job of explaining this. But when I was in college and I took statistics, and they talk about sample size and all of that kind of stuff, it really is a sampling issue, and how you apply that to the population that you're testing a thing for. You have to extrapolate those numbers out, and I get what you're saying. You don't have 1/5 of a person to say that, but once you extrapolate those numbers out, that's what it comes to.
Okay, well, I mean, but that's what I mean. It's stuff like this, the confusion, the Biden and Kamala Harris, when they were having their debate, they said, we're going to follow the science. We're not going to, Trump was talking about, we're going to have a great vaccine. It's going to be fantastic. They said, well, we're going to follow the science. And the science back then was saying it takes 2 or 3 years. It's going to take a while. But right after the election, now the scientists flipped, and they say the vaccine, the warp speed vaccine, that's good. To me, it's just confusion, and it just puzzles, and that's why, I just question all of this stuff about what they tell us.
All right.
All right, sir. Thank you.
GS, I appreciate the call, and trust me, I'm no statistician. Okay. I don't understand.
Ooh, look at that good pronunciation of vocabulary.
I don't understand statistics like all of that, but I do understand samples, and I get how you can look at a small sample and then apply it to a larger population. So, if you don't understand that, it can definitely be confusing.
Just a random question: have you felt? And I feel like this is something that I felt, but have you felt since COVID that the world feels like a smaller place?
No.
Really?
No.
I don't know why I felt like that.
Well, let's explore that in a minute. Let me get this break in here. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. And then I also want to ask you. Could you date? I know this sounds like a ridiculous question. I'm asking for a reason.
Because it is.
Could you date a person who's been exercised? Someone
somebody who went to the gym and got on the treadmill and none of that.
Someone who the church has determined this person is legit possessed with a demon, and we have to do an exorcism on them and get the demon out. And this person it was like a big deal because there were a lot of like it was a legit, theoretically a legit possession. Could you then go to that person when, 7 years later, they're 21 now, it happened when they were 14, you meet that 21-year-old and they share their story. Could you date that person, marry that person, live in the house, sleep next to that person? I'm just curious. Let me get a break in here. It's the Afternoon Experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
Urban 100 returns to TV1.
I think for me, it all depends on the level of possession. It all depends on the level of possession.
Let the One VIP Visa debit card make getting your tax refund simple and easy. It's free to get and no credit check. Enroll in direct deposit and get your refund.
Ernest says, did Omar call? I did not get a call from anyone named Omar today. Oh. Catholic Church does sanction exorcisms. Yes, they do. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. But what if you found out that your belief is wrong and that their belief, or at least not wrong, but just a part of the picture, and found out that along with your belief, their belief, like the movie The Exorcist, like a demon, you know what I'm saying? Like if you found out that were true and you ran into somebody who said, yeah, that was me. It depends on how cute he is.
Dell's semi-annual sale for business has arrived. Save up to 45% on Dell computers with Windows 10 Pro to succeed anywhere. Just call 877-ASK.
Compassion International is in Haiti right now, ready to help those devastated by the earthquake. Make your $40 gift by texting the keyword radio to 97646.
This is a test to find out if you know it all when it comes to children. Time starts now. Name one of the leading killers of U.S. children aged 1 to 13. What's the best way to protect children in a car crash? At what age and size should a child start using a booster seat? Where can you find the answers to these questions?
Car crashes are one of the leading killers of U.S. children. Many of those deaths could be prevented by making sure that kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Don't assume you know it all when it comes to car seats for your child. Go to safercar.gov/therightseat and know for sure. That's safercar.gov/therightseat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. Only in the forest can you see this. And this. And this. But nothing beats the moment you see that. Cool! That's your child's eyes opening up to a world of possibilities.
I didn't know it could do that.
Because one trip to the forest can spark a world of difference.
There are some moments only the forest can inspire. Find yours at discovertheforest.org. Learn about forests near you and discover cool things to do when you go, like hiking, canoeing, fishing, or camping, or create your own adventure with family and friends, and you might just see this. Your moment's out there. Find it at discovertheforest.org. That's discovertheforest.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
My name's Bob. I see this ad on TV. It says I can reduce my debt by 50%. I called. They told me to stop paying my bills, stop talking to my creditors. They take care of everything.
I gave them thousands, but most of it went to their fees. Getting out of debt is neither quick nor easy. There are those who will tell you anything to win your trust.
I'm more in debt now because the fees and interest on my cards kept piling up.
Talk to your creditors directly, or to find a nonprofit agency near you. Visit debtrecovery.org. This has been a public service message.
Happy holidays from 1230 The Buzz.
"22 minutes after." It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'm with you until 3 o'clock. All right, let me get Quintano in here, and then I want you to think about my question. But first, Quintano.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
How you doing, sir?
How you? I wanted to react to your question because that's a good question. Yeah, I would.
Really?
Because if the V good.
I don't know. I've never had demonic V, so I can't tell you.
Hey, hold on. If the V good, hey, she can talk to the mic and she can cook. Oh, we gonna work it out. We gonna figure it out because it's probably something like thing of what you want to talk about. She's what you want to call it? Bipolar or some shit. I don't know.
Oh, can't say the S word, but
sorry.
No. If it's not bipolar and it's an actual demonic possession.
But no, I don't believe in that.
Okay.
I don't believe in that.
All right.
Like people just, people are people. They just sometimes people trip.
Okay.
Well,
I got a story for you, but all right.
Okay. Well, tell me the story.
Okay. Well, hold on. Let me put you on hold. Let me hit y'all with this story. Yeah, we're all familiar with the movie The Exorcist, right? Everybody's familiar. What was her name? Reagan. And Reagan was possessed. And her mama reached out to people. They took her to hospitals and all that kind of stuff flying around the room, the bed shaking. The power of Christ compels you. That whole deal. Everybody remember that. Y'all know that was based on a true story, right? And apparently the person who was the subject of the true story, Ronald Edwin Hunkeler, he grew up to become a NASA engineer who patented the technology that makes space shuttle panels resistant to extreme heat. And, that helped those Apollo missions and put astronauts on the moon and all that in '69. He was that person at the age of 14. And his identity had been withheld all of these years. But they say, in the I guess the Catholic community, they knew exactly who he was this whole time. Apparently at the age of 14, he started hearing knocking and scratching sounds coming from his bedroom walls, objects flying across the room, his bed moving on its own. In 1949, the family's minister wrote to Duke University's parapsychology lab. Yeah, they took him in. He did all of the testing. They had all the same stuff we saw him do on the movie to Reagan. Apparently they did it to him. The family was Lutheran. They went through all the stages you see in the film. They went to doctors, clinics, finally went back to their own pastor in the Lutheran church who recommended that they see a priest. There's this case study of Jesuit priests. But they say 14 witnesses watched him go through multiple exorcisms. He appeared in a trance. His mattress shook. There was a scratching beat, like a rhythm of marching soldiers. A relic of Saint Margaret Mary was thrown to the floor. They say he went through all that kind of stuff, and the mother believed it had something to do with her Aunt Tilly. Her Aunt Tilly, who had recently died, but was a spiritualist and had gotten him to using Ouija boards and stuff. And her mother believed that was what it had to do with. But apparently, he went to St. Louis. They did a number of exorcisms on him, and at some point they determined the demon was free. And they say they have witnesses to all of this stuff. Witnesses to all of this stuff. He was 14, and he grew up to be a NASA engineer. But they say his partner, his wife, stayed with him the whole time. He had 3 children. What was it? 2 daughters and a son. They didn't attend. He died not too long ago. They did not attend his funeral. He was estranged from them. His wife says, hey, he says he was never possessed. He says he was never possessed. But shockingly enough, she says, and she has no idea how, because he wasn't in touch with anyone. But when he was on his deathbed, out of nowhere last year, a Catholic priest arrived at his home to perform last rites. She says she has no idea how they got the news that he was sick, that he was dying. They weren't in touch with anybody, and just out of nowhere, this Catholic priest arrives to perform last rites. Now, you meet, what was his name? Ronald. You meet Ronald, and Ronald tell you, like, legit, I was Reagan in the movie. They performed the exorcisms on me. I went to all of the things. Nobody knew what was wrong with me. Bed shaking, and not in a good way. All of that stuff happened to me. But I'm healed now, baby. I love you. Will you be my... You saying, Quintano, Reagan, as long as Reagan, not Raven, long as Reagan.
That's not the question you asked me. You said,
if you found...
You asked me...
I asked you if you...
asked me if I would mess with somebody like that, right?
I asked him, could you be with that person?
Quintano said he's there for business only.
You're not marrying her. You're not marrying her, though.
We're not talking about all the other nonsense, right?
I'm talking about... I'm not just talking about sex, Quintano. Would you live with...
I'm not talking about sex either.
So
I told you 3 specific things. 3 specific things. I said if she got the good V,
she got the
good hat, yeah. And then if she can cook and clean, we gonna go. We gonna ride it out. We gonna ride it out. Look, we gonna figure all of it out. We gonna understand. Like, okay, yeah, she do this, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I. Every now and then I gotta put her in check sometimes. Like
you gonna put it in check?
You know what I'm saying? Like I gotta put her in check sometimes.
Hey, bro, if you come over here and she tripping, her head spinning around, just ignore it, bro.
Yeah, exactly. As long as the shrimp and grits is good, I'm riding.
All right.
I'm gonna ride.
All right.
That is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
All right, Quintano.
Man, love y'all to death, man. Y'all get me through my work day.
Hey, I appreciate your call. All right. Hey, Look, me and Mrs. Livingston, we've had this conversation. Because, we like horror movies. And just flat out, if she ever float above the covers, I'm going to try to get her some help. I am. I'm going to try to get her some help. I'm calling the pastor, and, he come over and if we got to call in the Catholic Church.
A Black Baptist pastor trying to do an exorcism.
If we got to call in the Catholics, whatever, we going to do whatever we got to do. I want her to get help. But even assuming they come in, they perform an exorcism, and the demon gone. Oh, I'm good now. All right, baby. I love you. I wish you the best.
That's terrible.
I hope life go good for you from here on now. You can call me, but we can't be together no more. And she feel the same way.
I can't be mad. Like, it's certain things that I'm willing to weather the storm with you, babe, but demonic possession is just not one of them things.
Yeah, no. It's over.
That's crazy.
And if it was me, I'm not gonna lie, that's something I would never tell anybody. And maybe that's something I shouldn't hold back. But
what if you never tell anybody, and then like 10 years later, some creepy stuff start happening, and now I'm trying to figure out why the hell my life is turned upside down, and you just holding on to this deep dark secret forever.
Hey, you just wouldn't know. We would both be sitting there like, did you just see something fly?
That ain't right.
I thought I saw something fly across the room
that's
too.
That's not right. You gotta tell. If something like that happens to you, you gotta tell.
No,
that's not right.
That's my personal business. That happened.
Okay, and if we married, then it's my business too.
Look, what happened in my life before I met you?
It's my business still.
No.
Yes.
Just like
especially
you.
If it's demonic possession.
Just like I don't ask for your number. You know what I'm saying? Don't tell me how many or none of that kind of stuff. Ain't none of my business. Whatever you did before you met me, that was you and your life before me. Same here.
There are certain things you have to tell, Emanuel, and that's one of them things.
Nah, like my one friend said, I'm not gonna say it on the air, but that's my business. Let me get a break in here.
I'm scared of whatever it is you just stopped yourself.
Let me get a break in here. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
12:30 The Buzz.
Like my one friend say, look, his take on it is this. To his girl, I ain't never asked you how many people been inside of you. Don't ask if anybody been inside of me, be it a demon or anything else. You don't worry about what's been inside of me. I don't worry about what's been inside of you, and we all good. That's what he said.
This year is our 25th anniversary serving the community, and we want to help you and your business. Join us with outstanding programs for those who are starting a business.
But yeah, no, I wouldn't. Me and Mrs. Livingston, we have had this discussion. And I understand. No, he's saying, don't worry about whether or not he's been possessed, whether a demon has been inside of him. What'd you say, Glenn? What would you do if Lincoln started flying around the studio? I'm out. Period. I'm out. I'm running. That's that.
Hey, this is Lincoln Ware. If you have a passion to work in radio or television like me, you need to visit Ohio Media School, Cincinnati. Call, schedule a campus tour, and get started right away. In just 8
Mike, if Mrs. Livingston floats above the covers go flying. Boom. Look, that's the end of our marriage. And even if it wasn't either one of us, if the house is possessed, I'm going to assume it was her. And I'm pretty sure she's going to assume it was me. Something about us is drawing the demon to the house. We are out. I'm leaving you, you leaving me. We ain't got to talk to each other. We ain't really got to see each other. If something go wrong and you need my help, I'll be willing to help you. But we not together no more. That demon thing. Wouldn't mess with it. But he found a woman, and he became a NASA engineer. Yes. If the house is possessed, I know it ain't me. I didn't bring whatever that is. Got stuff flying around the house. Yes, Charles. Certain stuff is a deal breaker. But yeah, no, we've had that conversation.
But no matter what kind of music you listen to, here's something helpful. Please consider getting vaccinated. Talk to your pharmacist today about Comirnaty, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA. Message brought to you by
I'm not messing with no demons. We go.
What? No, that doesn't work. I'm busy then. Decline.
Floods don't exactly work around your schedule. Disasters don't plan ahead, but you can. It starts with talking to your loved ones about making an emergency plan. So don't wait, communicate. Get started today at ready.gov/plan.
I'm sitting here. Raven's producing the show. Raven's sitting in that chair minding her own business. And out of nowhere, Raven start floating up in the air. They have all this equipment. They got. I'm out. My keys are right here in my pocket. That coat in that other room can stay. I'm out. But come on back. Nope. I quit. This is just perpetually be on the air. They had to come in and shut it down. 22 minutes to the top of the hour. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'm with you until 3 o'clock. On the other side of the glass, Raven Mundy.
Hello.
All right, couple quick lawsuits, because, you know, we sue each other in America. A Mississippi man is suing R. Kelly for ruining his marriage. What did R. Kelly do to ruin this man's marriage? Well, you know, he hit his wife. Like, they had sexual relations. Yeah, he's headed back to court again. He'll face off against a man who's accusing the star of ruining his marriage. In 2012, this man from Mississippi claims that R. Kelly had an affair with his former wife, Asia Childress. In court documents, Mr. Bryant revealed that his ex-wife had a previous relationship with R. Kelly. Then the two rekindled their romance in October 2012 after he had performed a concert nearby their home. Basically, he married her. I don't know if he knew that her and R. Kelly had a previous relationship. I don't know. As a woman, is that something you would tell your mate who you're about to marry? Like, just so you know.
When did they get married?
In 2012. At
the time, wasn't nobody for real talking about R. Kelly like that. So she probably might have.
It don't matter.
I mean, it don't matter, but I'm just saying. I mean, if we gonna be real about it, didn't nobody act like they cared about these girls until the dang on series came out?
But so I'm not talking about the girls. I'm talking about, look, if Mrs. Livingston, I met her and we, together and everything. I would like to think, say she had a previous relationship with, I don't know, Keith Sweat.
Oh, so you're just saying it's based off the fact that it's R. Kelly?
Yeah, I would think I should know that, right?
Not necessarily.
How would you not share that?
Cause just like you just got done saying, whatever happened before you ain't none of your business.
Well, I mean,
Money,
that's
possession or dating a celebrity. It ain't none of your business.
I think
Maybe
that
me and
might-
that person shared a special bond that we don't want to share with nobody else.
But see, I think that might be, if it's somebody out there, If I had a previous relationship with Fantasia, who I don't actually find very attractive at all. I don't know why she popped into my head. So if I had a previous relationship with Fantasia, I would think that would be something I would share with Mrs. Livingston.
I mean, if you wanted to, I don't necessarily think I would.
And then Fantasia comes and has a concert here in Cincinnati. Am I wrong for going to the Fantasia concert if I had a sexual relationship with Fantasia and I'm not sharing that with Mrs. Livingston?
Probably. Because at that point, it's like now you're back in contact with this person that you at one point had a relationship with. They probably gonna look at you as another fan that just came to the show. You might not even like meet up or nothing like that. But still, it's kind of like at that point, like it's like me if I was to date, I don't know, a bus driver, and I randomly one day needed to hop on the bus because my car wasn't working, and the dude that I was dating was driving the bus. Like that's probably something that I would tell my significant other. Oh, I got on the bus today and my ex was driving the bus. Like, just because that's part of the conversation. Like, so we're probably going to have some sort of brief interaction with each other because we haven't seen each other in a while. And so I'm going to tell my significant other that.
So what happened was she had a previous relationship with R. Kelly.
Okay.
R. Kelly comes to town and does a concert. She goes to the concert and then R. Kelly ended up hitting that night.
While she was married?
Yeah.
Then you just talk about classic cheating.
And then apparently they began an affair that lasted for about 5 years. Because you know how R. Kelly get down.
Well, then she was flat out cheating.
Right. Well, he's suing R. Kelly for interfering in his marriage.
Can you do that?
You can in certain places. According to Mississippi law, you can sue your spouse for committing adultery if you can provide the necessary evidence, and you can sue the other party as well for messing up your marriage. I know in certain places it's tortious interference. And you can sue people for messing around in your marriage.
I mean, she was wrong from jump then. I ain't gonna say she was wrong for not telling him that she dealt with R. Kelly at a place in time, because I probably would be embarrassed at this point. But she is wrong for cheating on her husband. And now that he knows it was R. Kelly, he can get some money off of it.
And of course it's R. Kelly, so he gave her a sexually transmitted disease.
And did she give it to her husband?
They don't say, but there's a good chance, he might be burning.
Yeah. She a one messed up chick.
Well, so he's suing R. Kelly. Would you ever sue somebody for tortious interference in a relationship?
I don't think I would, just because I feel like cheating is like you got to own that. If you are consciously and actively in a relationship with another person and y'all have an understanding that is based on monogamy and commitment, and you step outside of that agreement, I don't have no issues with the chick you did it with. That's me and you, and at the end of the day, you broke this agreement, so all of my anger and vitriol is directed at you and you only. I don't got nothing to do with whoever you did it with. Unless of course, like a friend or family.
I'm a proponent of it didn't work out because you cheated or whatever. I move on.
Yeah.
I move on. You go about your business. I go about my business. I don't deal with you. You don't deal with me. And everything is cool.
Yeah.
But I understand people who sue.
But people do it, but see, that's it get messy, because people I think a lot of that messy stuff comes from people being very emotionally charged and making decisions based off of those emotions without actually being like, what makes the most sense? What is the easiest for me and my life moving forward? If I don't want to keep being stuck to this person, let me just cut this short, keep it pushing, cut my losses, and go on about my business.
Well, right now, R. Kelly's in jail. But the judge has ruled that he has to sit for a deposition because they said, yes, this lawsuit can indeed move forward.
But he in jail, so how they finna get any kind of money or anything from him?
He still has income.
Does he?
Yeah. Every time you stream a R. Kelly song that he wrote, well, not you, specifically you, but if he wrote it, you streaming it, if he, produced it, well, I don't know about producing, but if he wrote it, he's getting some money. Yes. And eventually,
he was having a hard time selling his masters.
Eventually, he gonna sell that catalog. Eventually, he gonna sell it, and he gonna get some money. And I think you want to be on the books like, hello, he owe me. I need a piece of that. And people are, I've read his numbers, his streaming numbers, once he got convicted, actually went up.
That's terrible.
So, yeah, he's still making money. He's still making money. It ain't getting him out of jail, but he's still making money. I don't have time to do this story. Let me get this break in, and then I have another couple stories. I'm going to try to get in 3 stories. 3 stories. You think I can do it? All right. She says, yeah, she believes in me. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
1230 The Buzz.
I think I'm a believer in this to a certain degree. Me and Mrs. Livingston, we cool. She don't have to tell me who she been with, who she not been with. I don't tell her who I've been with, who I not been with. Unless we find ourselves in close contact with somebody in given situations. And then I'm like, hey, just so you know, we had a little thing. So that, and that's just for her. So if somebody starts trying to play little games and slide little... And again, and it's not like, just because I see a woman that me and Mrs. Livingston can be together, and I might see a woman that I've been with, I'm not necessarily going to be like, just so you know, I hit it, But if the situation is such that it's, or that somebody going to try to do some drama, that's really what it's about. If somebody going to try to create some drama, she need to know. She need to know. Drama don't have an age limit. It don't. It's 50, 60, probably 70-year-olds still trying to create drama. I slept with your man. Back when he was 16, he's 76, and you still gonna try to throw it up in somebody's face that I slept with your man when he was 16. But I guarantee that's still happening out there. Drama does not have an age limit. Where's Lawrence from Flint, Georgia? Texas. He didn't call today, and we comfortable with that. 513 dude say, so when the person kills you and uses insanity and gets away with it, maybe the next person will know not to mess with him. He's talking about the possessed person. And thank you, Zandragia, for the compliments. I appreciate that. I'm telling you. McConnell says, yeah, they'll say I had him when his hips was good. I could see an old lady saying that. That's terrible, but I could see that. Nettie, I could see Nettie telling somebody I had him when his hips was good. Oh, that's terrible, but I could see it. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Hey, that stuff happens. I'm telling you, that stuff happens. That's just people. It's just people.
From 12:30, The Buzz.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. All right, the lightning round. A Springfield man out on bond killed his wife. Her son is suing the bail bond company. Yeah. On Halloween of 2018, Tori Parrow, 32, stopped by her house on the 1900 block of West Elm Street to pick up her son's costume. She left the boy in the car. She ran inside to grab his outfit. Inside waiting was her husband, Melvin. He was out on bond after assaulting her a week prior. He had removed his ankle monitor. He fatally shot her before taking his own life. Her 8-year-old son was left in the car outside. Eventually, there's a 911 call of him alerting law enforcement to her death. Now the boy, through his father, which that was her husband, but that was not his father. The boy, through his father, is suing the bail bond companies tasked with monitoring Melvin for failing to protect his mother. That's an interesting thing. So he got out. You, as the bail bond company and the monitoring company, y'all were supposed to make sure. That's why y'all put the GPS thing on his leg, and y'all know when he tampers with it. So that way, if he tampers with it, or if he goes somewhere where he ain't got no business being, y'all can alert the appropriate people, and she could be on the lookout for him. But nobody did that. Now, the company is saying, look, we did alert when we found out. We did alert, but it might have been after the murder. It might have been after the murder.
How does that work? Like, does it notify them automatically as soon, or like, is there a delay?
I would think as soon as you tamper with it, you get some sort of alert, because you're not supposed to tamper with it, but I'm not 100% sure. But they say when they found out, they alerted the police. Apparently no one alerted this mother, because she ended up being killed. But now he is suing. He is suing First Track GPS and A Advanced Bail Bonds and the company's owners. And I don't know how I feel about it.
Honestly, I hope he gets it. I kind of hope he gets it, because I don't like, it's home monitoring has never been like a thing that I quite understood. Like, I get the purpose of it. I get why it's given as a sentence. But like, at the same time, for these type of situations where it is a violent person who has no issue violating the rights of others or the law, how do you expect for them to respect a box on their ankle? Like, people tamper. I've watched YouTube videos of people taking these things off and it not going off.
But so then that's a problem with the device. And if you're responsible for the device, then I think you're responsible for that, maybe. But at the same time, how do you say you're responsible for the actions of another person because they was slick enough to do whatever. I can't hear you. I don't know what.
But if you're offering a service via this product that law enforcement has used and adopted as one of their things, you are that person. You are who is contracted to provide this service, which is to monitor these people under this sentencing of having to be in the crib. You have to. Like, there's no room for error. The same thing we say about cops out here on the street. There's no room for error because stuff like this happens. People take them things off or trick them into thinking that they still somewhere that they not or whatever, and they go and they do stuff. This is not the first time I've heard a story like this.
I would say if they were negligent in some way, which I don't know if him taking off the thing makes them negligent. So if they were negligent in some way, then sue them. But if they're not negligent, if they did everything they're supposed to do, like, oh, somebody tampered with this, call the police, let the police know, and the police knew, and then the police didn't contact her or whatever, then that's not on the company that's supposed to monitor. So if they were negligent in some way, then sure, but I'm not sure that they were.
It's because the flawed system is not their fault.
And I don't know if the bail bond company, not necessarily the monitoring company, should be held up in that. Despite video evidence, this is a different story. Despite video evidence, ex-La Mesa cop charged with lying in a police report about the arrest of a black man that went viral was acquitted by a jury. Y'all probably don't remember it, and y'all might not have even seen it. There was a black man. He was standing there. He was minding his own business. Police comes up. The police is tasked with monitoring this, I want to say like a bus station. The police comes up and for no reason approaches this man. Number one, says that he was smoking weed, but he wasn't smoking anything. And then claims some other things. Eventually, he tries to arrest him, and all hell broke loose. It went viral. There was a video of it. Clearly, he lied on the report. There's video evidence that what he said on the report is not true. He went to trial for lying on the report, and the jury found him not guilty, even though they had video evidence that what he said was not true. This is the legal system that we're dealing with. The San Diego branch of the NAACP, they're disqualified. They're disappointed, not disqualified. They're disappointed. And they say, the makeup of the jury played a part in it. How many times are we going to hear that? San Diego. And lastly, I can do this just about in a minute. Waukesha? I like Waukesha.
It's not Waukesha. It's
teacher
Waukesha.
Suspended for rainbow flag. Yeah, she printed out a rainbow flag. They got a rule. No political signage. No Black Lives Matter. No thin blue line. No rainbow signs. No flag supporting LGBT. No nothing. Well, she wanted to be her. She put it up. They suspended her for, I think they only suspended her for like a day. I'm not sure. Yeah, 1 day suspension. Well, now they're saying to everybody, hey, support her. Wear your rainbow pin to work. Everybody who wear a rainbow pin to work should get suspended for more than 1 day. Come on, just follow the rules sometime. Even though at the same time, I might want my Black Lives Matter thing up. That's not political. That's just a statement of fact.
I can't stand you. Please stand your show.
Thank you, Raven, for everything that you do. I appreciate you. Everybody who called, everybody who listened, I appreciate you as well. It's been the afternoon experience. Al Sharpton is up next. Until next time, I'm out, y'all. Peace. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Y'all did not think I was going to get through them 3 stories, did y'all? Because we dwelt on the one for a little long. But I made it now. I didn't think I was going to get through them either, but, since I did, I had to act like I knew it. So how was everybody's weekend? How was everybody's weekend? My weekend was decent. Yes, Tria, I was at a ball, gala, whatever. What's the appropriate pronunciation? Is it a gala or is it a gala? No, ma'am. On Wednesday.
And that is 2:30, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
See you tomorrow.
All right. Oh, and on Wednesday, and on Wednesday, the show will be cut short. Will be preempted by a football game. Miami Red Hawks football. They're in a bowl game. So that bowl game starts at 2:30. So on Wednesday, the show will end at 2:30. Jeannie says, dang, it didn't remain the COVID-19 vaccinated, unvaccinated show. It was never the COVID-19 vaccinated, unvaccinated show. It was the test or not test show. Best of the app. I did not put together a best of, and to be completely honest, I don't have time to put together a best of, but here is my promise to you. Next year, on the days that I have to take off, not like extended, but like holidays where we would normally play music, on the afternoon experience, we will be doing best ofs. Next year. Not because I would have loved it if, like Christmas Eve, if we would have did a best of, maybe Christmas Day, do a best of, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, do a best of. But no, it's not to be. I will be in here on at least New Year's Eve. I'll be in here, I believe. That's a Friday. New Year's Eve is Friday, ain't it? So yeah, I'll be in here on New Year's Eve. And I'm not sure if I'll be in here on Christmas Eve. I'm still waiting to see what happens with that. I know I won't be in here on Christmas. That I know. But yeah, no, I had a decent weekend. Went to a gala. Had to wear a tuxedo. I'm not a tuxedo person. I'm not a suit jacket person. Y'all know my brain don't function a lot of times like other people's, and other people look at that stuff and think like, oh boy, that looks so nice. I'll look at that stuff and think, that's so pretentious. That's so unnecessary. Cover up your genitals and we fine. You know what I'm saying? As long as I ain't seeing your genitals and, you're not offensive, we fine. I don't care about how you dress. But other people, they really get into that. Mrs. Livingston, she loves dressing up. So, you do what you do for your spouse. You do what you do for your spouse. I had a good time at the event, but it was the same amount of good time I would have had if everybody had been there in jeans, gym shoes, and T-shirts. It's the same people. They're just dressed different. But that's just me. That's, again, I know other people don't feel that way. Other people don't view things that way. So, and celebrated my mom and sister's birthdays. All right. Well, happy birthdays to them. Bridget had a restful, blessed weekend. Great. I saw Janice said something about Las Vegas. What'd you do in Las Vegas, Janice? My weekend was good. I watched the Las Vegas Marathon. Oh, you watched the Las Vegas Marathon. I thought you maybe went to Las Vegas. Anthony says he had his little baby over. All right. You can't beat that, bro. That's fun. That's just fun. You have a tuxedo? I do, but I didn't wear my tuxedo. I rented a tuxedo. But I do. I have a tuxedo. But, you know, last few times that we went out to black tie events, I wore my tuxedo. I didn't want to wear my tuxedo. I wanted it to be different. So I rented a tuxedo. You watch King Richard. I did see it. I saw King Richard. I thought it was decent. I had an issue with, of course, Will Smith playing the role, but not that big of an issue. You know. But I watched it. I thought it was decent. I appreciated the fact that, you know, that he was celebrated. I appreciated that. So I wouldn't discourage anyone else from watching it. Just try to imagine you're not watching Will. Try to imagine it's difficult, but try to imagine that that's Richard Williams. Myosha says that's why I haven't watched it yet. I just can't see Will Smith playing their father. He doesn't do a horrible job. Go ahead and watch it. He doesn't do a horrible job. Just, you know, you realize it's Will Smith, and as they say, suspend disbelief and just roll with it. Did Dave Stinger attend the gala also? No. Dave Stinger ain't really been in here in, it's been like 2 weeks. Lincoln worked at Findlay Market and sold one damn tree. Is King Richard a sad movie at any point? There was no point where I was sad that I can think of. No point where I was sad. No, it's not a sad movie. I was ready for the mama to whoop some A. Let's see pictures of you in tuxedo and wife in evening gown. I don't have any pictures. I didn't take any pictures. Well, again, I'm not all that thrilled by that. So, no, I didn't take any pictures. I don't have any pictures. Sorry. I don't know where TC is seeing pictures. Well, I guess I did stand there with a couple of people, like the group of us who were there together, like we took a photo together. So maybe that is a picture that they see. Like I had on this, yeah, that's what I was thinking. She about to beat that A, but like I had on this, I wore a mask to the event, but then at one point I did take the mask off at the event. So I wore a mask too, but then I did take the mask off at the event. But I had on this bow tie. It was a little sparkly, I'm going to say like a bedazzled, even though it wasn't bedazzled, but that's the best way I can think of to describe it. And it didn't make sense unless you saw her shoes. her shoes and her purse looked exactly like the bow tie. You know, when we do stuff, I always try to do a little coordination with, you know, my because it's black. You know, you got a black tux. What can you do? So the little pocket square was the same color as her dress. You know, this stuff that I think we all do it. The pocket square was the same color as her dress, and the bow tie. And then I wanted to wear and I always laugh when I say that. I wanted to wear or when I think what I'm about to say, a brooch. I wanted a brooch instead that was the color of, or the kind of jeweled. I don't know what else to call it. It had like little stones in it, a whole lot of little stones, because her shoes had a lot of little stones in them. But so I wanted a brooch like that, and then I would have like a little chain and like a little smaller thing, whatever, to come across there. But I'm like, I don't know where to get a brooch. Where do the old ladies be getting them brooches from? Where do old ladies get their brooches? I was all around the city, and no, they weren't sequins. They weren't sequins, even though I could see how somebody could see it that, but no, it was individual jewels. But sequins are a different thing. Where are the old ladies getting brooches from? Because I don't see young ladies with brooches, but I still see older ladies with brooches. Where are y'all getting y'all brooches from? Jen says in their jewelry box. Do they not sell brooches anymore? Go to Goodwill. I didn't think about Goodwill. Could have probably found one at Goodwill or some secondhand store. And I'm out everywhere. Like, I went to Claire's. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wanted it, you know. In my head, I knew what I wanted, a nice little thing, because, again, it would have went with her shoes. So a nice little brooch with a little chain to go across to the pocket. And then on the pocket, a little, you know, smaller thing to go together. Amazon. Well, I waited too late to try to order anything off of Amazon. I waited too late. Yes, Claire's. I was everywhere looking like, where's these old chicks finding these brooches? But so yeah, by the time I made up my mind what I was gonna do, it was too late to order something online. So I ended up just having to go all over the place. So that's a good portion of what I did Friday and Saturday. But then, yeah, I went to the thing, and all them old ladies leave stuff at Goodwill. DeAndre says, men wear those? I think you could rock it the right way. Yeah. I've actually seen it, because when I typed it in a Google search, for example, and they had a relatively close example of what I wanted to wear. Hold on, let me see if I can find a picture of what I'm talking about. That's pretty close to what I'm talking about. It's not exactly, but it's pretty close to what I'm talking about. So, hold on, let me see if I can. Oh, stop it. Images. Let's kind of show y'all what I was kind of shooting for. No, not that. Yeah, these are actually these might have been kind of what I was looking for, even though I didn't find them. But neither of these actually look like what I was looking for. But hold on, let me see if I can save this image. Save that. Hold on, let me minimize this. Yeah, I know I got to talk y'all through it because I'm really talking me through it. Go to media. Drop it in my media bin. Go back to my switcher. Go to my media player. Go here and put it on the screen. So yeah, something like that is what I was thinking. Something like that is what I was thinking. I would have wanted it to be more, again, because hers was, a lot of different jewels. So I would have wanted it to be something like that. But that's what I was looking for, but more of a brooch with a chain coming across to the pocket that would match her shoes and her purse. I don't know what it's called. I'm saying a brooch, but I would have wanted an actual, big old brooch. My own sister says, I don't like that on a man. Then don't put your man in it. It wouldn't have been for you. Oh, you were trying to be extra. It looked nice. Yeah, I mean, I had the idea in my head. And like I said, if I would have found the right brooch, which I would have actually wanted the brooch to actually be a little bigger. I would have wanted it to be, hold on, I'm hearing silence. This ain't good. Hold on, I'll be back. If I would have seen you in that, I would have said, I don't like that on you. No, I would have wanted it actually a little bigger with a different chain coming across and then a little smaller. I would have wanted it to be just a little bigger than that. No, I could not have used one of her earrings. Well, maybe I could have, but... I don't know what you're talking about, Brent. Logic Slayer, the brooch would have been for me. It would have been for me to wear. It would have been fly. It would have been fly. But people kept talking about the bow tie, and I kept having to say to people, it matches her shoes. And then they would look and be like, oh, it does match the shoes. And I'm like, so then what were you complimenting on? If you just was looking at that complimenting the bow tie, if you're not complimenting the fact that we are coordinated, What you doing? But again, I don't really do the dress up thing very often. And because she really wanted to go to this event, that's the only reason why we went. She really wanted to go. And so, if she going all out, I can't show up in jeans and a t-shirt at a black tie event when she looking all fly. I tell her all the time, you make us look good. I just have to be here to hold up a certain standard. So that was my job. That was what I did. You might be right, Brent. Xerxes portrayed himself to be a god man. That's like one step down from being the king of talk. You've never heard of 300? My answer says you're part of the problem. Your unvaccinated ass out there breathing on folks. Okay, you might be right. Like, I wore it and we sat down and but then when the food came, I took it off. I ate my food and then, took a few pictures with people. And then we sat there for a little while. She got up and danced because I don't dance. She got up and danced. I sat there while she danced. And then we went outside for a little bit. It was cold. But she wanted to step outside, so we stepped outside for a little bit, hung out, and everybody was looking at us crazy like, why y'all out there in the cold? But we were just out there talking and enjoying outside. It was a little covered thing. It was a nice little spot. They didn't have the heaters on. If they'd had the heaters on, then I'd have been cool. But we were out there for a little while, and then we came in, sat down for a few minutes, put the mask back on, and then when it was time to go, we went. So, hey. I did tell her if she wanted me to dance, I would have gotten up and I would have danced. Only if I told her, if you want that, you have to request it. Because I'm not just getting up to dance. And she knows this. We have this understanding. But it was really just line dances. You don't need no partner for line dancing. So they played a lot of line dances. She did the line dances and then sat down. So she didn't want you to dance. She did not want me to dance. And I'm comfortable with that. That's right. I would have did my two-step. That's what I would have did. I can two-step. And she know I can two-step. So if she want to dance, then, she knows to say to me, hey, come on, let's dance. Because I don't dance. No slow dance music for the lovers. Nobody plays slow dancing music anymore, Janice. I don't know why, but I can't tell you the last time I went to an event where they actually played a slow jam. They just don't do it anymore. I don't know why. Nobody does it. Well, I guess I can't say nobody does it. It ain't like I'm out there every week. So maybe somebody does it. Maybe someone does it. But no, you go to parties and stuff nowadays, it's all line dancing and twerking. It's all line dancing and twerking. If it ain't line dance music, it's Frankie Beverly them. Unless, depending on, what you're going for. So you might get some Frankie Beverly them and some like old school hip hop mix and stuff. And then it shifts to twerking. So it's line dancing, twerking, and old school. But slow jams, you just don't see it anymore. They don't play slow music. Because I'll get up there and I'll, slow dance, even though I'm not that good at that either. I'm not good at that either. But I can shift my hips. You know what I'm saying? That's about all slow dancing. You know what I'm saying? I've just really shifted my hips. That's all I got. I can do that. I can shift my hips and rub your booty. Those are two things that I'm skilled at. But they just don't do it anymore. Myosha says, I'm jealous y'all got to dress up. Outside my wedding, I haven't dressed up in over 2 years. Now, I rock a little bit, you know what I'm saying, depending on the song. You get your little, it's basically a kind of a two-step without moving your, you know what I'm saying? This it. I mean, it's a little more motion, but this is about it. This is about it. So, yeah, that's it. And, yeah, you know, feel on the booty a little bit. Rub on the hips, roll around to the booty a little bit. You don't grip it. I ain't trying to pick her up by it, even though I'm convinced I could. I'm not trying to pick her up by it. I'm just, you rub on it a little bit. Nothing wrong with that. Then maybe that was why she really wanted to go, because it had been a long time. Bridget says, face it, you can't dance. Bridget, I think you late to the party in terms of that. In terms of that, you late to the party. How many people on here don't know that I can't dance? Is there anybody other than Bridget? Other than Bridget? Anybody on here who just now coming to the conclusion that I can't dance? How many times have I said that over how long a period of time? I done asked y'all for dance lessons. I done said, where can I take dance lessons? Y'all never tell me. Y'all leave me hanging. I think y'all like the fact that I can't dance. I think y'all like the fact that I be out there doing a whack two-step. I think y'all like it. Because if it was me and I knew and somebody was asking me, Your Highness, how can I get better? How can I be down? I would be like, all right, look, they give lessons over here, on Wednesdays and Fridays, start at 6 o'clock, go to 8, you can make it. I would tell y'all. But I'll be like, where can I take some lessons? Where can I learn how to dance? And y'all just be, he can't dance, Y'all don't love me like that. Y'all like the fact that I can't dance. And it bothers me. But yes, there's no secret about it. I can't dance. No secret. And who's talking about what's whack? What's whack, Tria? My slow dancing? Don't hate on my slow dancing. I would get you out there on the floor, slow dance. After I finish gripping your booty, you would be asking to go home. It's a certain way you would be begging me to take you home. All right, Shahira, those are line dance classes. I don't want to learn to line dance. I appreciate the offer, but I do not want to learn to line dance. I want to learn how to dance. I'm telling you, Tria, I'm telling you, you would be really, I'm just telling you. Like, I don't know how many of y'all, any of y'all ever seen Revenge of the Nerds? Any of y'all ever seen Revenge of the Nerds? Anybody? Just me? It was one of my favorite movies growing up because it's stupid and it made me laugh. But there's a scene in there when they do a party and Booger, he's slow dancing with the Omega moves and he just grabbing their booty and he just squeezing it and he gripping it. And then every once in a while, a girl comes up and tap the other girl on the shoulder. And then she move out and the other one come in and he gripping the booty. And then the other girl who just got tapped out, she mad because he ain't gripping her booty no more. I done said booty way too many times. I'm not quite like that, but it's the same effect. It's the same effect. When I get finished, somebody come trying to cut in, you'll be messed up. I ain't gripping it though. It's a certain way you gotta rub it. You rub it and make her feel like a lady. Bridget says, is that really a movie? Yes. Yes, you've never heard of Revenge of the Nerds? It is definitely a movie. It's a funny movie. It's stupid. It's stupid and raunchy. But it is funny. Not to mention, when I was watching it, I was 13 maybe. 12, 13, something like that. So for like a 12, 13-year-old, it was hilarious and had the right amount of sex. That's right, lambda, 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 and omega moves. It's very raunchy, something a 12-year-old should not be watching. Wrong. It's just for 12-year-olds. Oh, that's right. I did used to get down in the coat room, in the little coat closet. Yeah. Now, if my 12-year-old wanted to watch Revenge of the Nerds, I will let him sneak and watch it. So, like movies like that for a little 12-year-old, 13-year-old boy sneaking and watching. Now, I wouldn't go get it for him. I wouldn't go get it. Hey, I got a movie for y'all. No, I wouldn't do that. But if I found out that he sneaked and watched it, I wouldn't even mention it. Wouldn't be mad. Wouldn't feel the need to have a talk with him. It's like a rite of passage. Rite of passage.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans. When I grow up, I want to be a kid.
You remember when she poured his manhood through the hole? I remember dragging a boy around gym like that, screaming, and didn't let go. What the hell? I don't know what you're talking about, Terry. I think you might be thinking about Porky's. Terry, you're thinking about Porky's, right? Like, when did that happen in Revenge of the Nerds? Jerica says, who said that? Who said what? Yeah, that was Porky's is what you're thinking about. And I remember Porky's too. And why were you dragging a boy around a gym like that? How old were you? And that entire scenario sounds criminal. What? Why would you just be in gym class, holding a boy, dragging him around the... That story don't sound... That story don't sound good. Like, I don't even understand the story. Help me understand that story. Tria want to know, did you get suspended? Like, because it doesn't make sense. I'm 47. I was in the 5th grade. He told me to give him a BJ, and I dragged the hell out of it. For years, I was nervous he couldn't have kids, but I found out he got some. So he just pulled it out? What? Again, I don't know that makes sense. Forget being nervous that he couldn't have kids. Where were y'all? In gym class? Where was the teacher? Where was the teacher while you dragging a boy around by his member?
I learned that no one likes me. In English, I learned that I'm disgusting. And in physics, I learned that I'm a loser. Today in school.
Right. That sounds like some sexual assault. Now, him asking for, BJ, that's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, it's not good, but it's not bad. Like, hey, can I have it's a question. You reserve the right to say no. But if he just pulled it out, yeah, that's bad. And then if you grabbed it and start pulling him by it, what were y'all doing? The story just needs a little more context for me. It needs a little more context for me. And I have to admit, in the 5th grade, and this is just me, I was 10 years old. At the age of 10, I would have never known what a BJ was. Never. Like, even just the idea, like, I would have had no idea. So, you might have been fast, Terry. I'm not sure. But I didn't even know what it was. So if a little girl had come up to me and said, you want a BJ, I would have said, is that like some bubble gum or something? Is it some candy? What is it? I would not have known. So you knew, which means you was fast. You was one of them fast tail girls. And is it possible, Terry, that he just wasn't the right person to ask for it? Like he wasn't cute enough or something like that? Not that you would have done it, But you wouldn't have did that to the right person. You would have been like, stop. Lewis says, who was your most entertaining caller of the day? I have no idea. I just talk to people. I like to talk to people. So the people call in and I talk to them. Oh, I didn't mention it on the air, but the jury has the case in Kim Potter taser case. The jury has the case, so they are deliberating. So that could come back any day. I'm 100% sure not 100%. I'm pretty sure it will either come back today or tomorrow. I don't think it'll wait until Wednesday, and it'll definitely they not stringing it out over the holiday. They wrapping this one up how they wrapped up the killing of Ahmaud Arbery, how they wrapped that up. Look, I corrected it right after I said it. And now I'm asking, is it just him or just period? Because clearly you was fast and you knew what it was. So was it just a him thing or was it just the whole concept of it thing? Have you or anyone seen the movie called Old Boy with Samuel Jackson? I just saw it today for the second time in a while. Watched it all the way through. Weird but good. Never heard of it. Never heard of a movie called Old Boy. Janice says there's such a huge distinction between the taser and the gun. Yes. And when Joyce brought that up to me, and Joyce was saying, you know, she pulled that gun out and she's telling him to stop and she's screaming taser, taser, taser. And he's looking at the gun. Like, I really never thought about that. But yeah, he was looking at the gun, knowing what was about to happen. My own sister said, how you figure she was the fast one when the boy is the one asking for it? She was the fast one because at 10, I wouldn't have even known what it was. A 10-year-old girl, just the fact that she know what it is, she fast. I'm not saying that he was, well, I don't have a problem with somebody asking for something because you can always say no. But do you call boys fast? No. What do you call boys? Girls is fast. Boys are what? So whatever boys are, he was. Jerica says, why would he ask her? I didn't learn what a BJ was until I was 17. Right, that's what I'm saying. So if a boy had come up to you at the age of 10 and asked you for one, you would have been like, what's that? Boys are mannish. Okay. Terry says you're not telling the truth. I pulled it for even asking. But you shouldn't have even known what it was. Maybe he didn't say BJ. He said it a different way. Well, I mean, he was wrong because apparently he whipped it out. And in case you didn't know, whipping it out without an invitation is not good. Whipping it out without an invitation is not good. And she could have had older siblings tell her stuff that she didn't need to know. Right, so she was fast. If your older siblings is telling you stuff you don't need to know, you probably fast. You probably fast. Anthony says 17. I knew a lot at 13. What about at 10? That's what we talking about at 10. Terry says, stop it. I had brothers, and I kicked his A. Okay, I get your side of the story. But at 10 years old, your brothers had told you what that was? That's terrible. Terry, hold on, let me see something. Shahir says, that don't mean she fast, just knowing too daggone much at a young age. Just because she knows about it doesn't mean she done it and being fast. Okay, if you say so. Y'all always try to take up for the fast girls. See, she says she learned from the kids at school. She was fast running with other fast girls. I can see it right now because fast girls got a certain walk. I can look at girls, grown women. You being a church girl ain't got nothing to do with you being fast. If you was hanging out with the kids at school and they was telling you what that was at 10, fast. But I can look at women, grown women, by the way they walk. There's a certain fast girl walk, and some grown women never grow out of it, and so they still have that fast girl walk. Like some of them do, but some of them never grow out of it, and they still have that fast girl walk. And, if I'm cool with them, and I know, because I've done it, just to women that I was cool with, and I'll be like, tell me something. When you was a little girl, was you fast? Then why would you say that? I'm just answer the question. When you was a young girl, were you fast? What would make you think I was fast? Just answer the question. When you was a young girl, was you fast? Yeah, and I knew you was. How you know? I can tell by the way you walk. How do I walk? You got that fast girl walk. What do that mean? What's a fast girl walk? The way you walk. I can't even describe it to you, but I can see it. I've had that conversation with a number of grown women. And if they honest, and y'all cool, you know what I'm saying? If y'all cool and they honest, then yeah. I can't give you a demonstration of a fast girl walk because I wasn't a fast girl, because I was not a girl. But there is a fast girl walk. If I saw it, I could tell you. I could point it out. She was fast. Right? And you know that she was fast. And again, I've done it with multiple women that I'm cool with. Again, I'm not just gonna walk up to some chick I don't know or don't know very well and ask her if she was fast. It is kind of a loose, kind of a walk, it's got a switch in it. It's a kind of a loose switch, and I don't know. There's a lot of elements to it. It is a switch to go with it. It is a certain looseness that go with it, and it's a certain attitude that go with it. Even though I can't really describe it to you, but it's a real thing, and when you see it, once you've learned to recognize it, then once you see it, you know it. Anthony says there is a fast girl walk. If you're walking in a way that gets the boys noticing you, that's the walk. See, I don't know them enough to know. I don't follow Megan Thee Stallion or Cardi B. I don't know them enough to know if they have the fast girl walk. Because it's not like some women have a certain, because there's a difference between like a sexy walk and the fast girl walk. Like some women do have a sexy walk, but it's not necessarily the fast girl walk. But the fast girl walk can be sexy. It can be. Kim say you ain't lying. Bridget say, I think the eyes tell more than a walk. Dreamy bedroom eyes. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Bridget. Maybe you talking about men or something. I don't know. I'm just telling you there is a fast girl walk. You don't have to look good to be sexy. Agreed. You do not have to look good to be sexy. That is true.
Diversity strengthens science. That's been a guiding principle of my institute's training program for
New York is closing some schools because the Omicron cases are spiking.
Rivers, program officer in the Office of Minority Health Research Coordination, explains.
We know that pulling together individuals from different
Anthony says all women have it, but don't all use it. It's there. You might never felt the need to use it. I don't know that all women have it.
especially those from minority and underrepresented groups. Participants in our programs draw
Myosha says everyone's definition of looking good ain't the same. Well, that's not the point. Terry says, so did Jerry Tolliver have that walk? No. No. No, Jerry didn't have that walk. I don't perceive that Jerry was a fast girl growing up. But what he's saying, what I believe Quintano is saying, Myosha, is that even if I don't think you look good, you can still be sexy. Like you don't have to look good to be sexy. So whatever your definition of looking good is, you don't have to look that way in order to be sexy. DeAndre say stank attitude walk is real also. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Anthony says they do. All women can be freaky. It takes the right guy to bring it out. But I'm not talking about the fact that they can be freaky. I'm talking about there is just a natural walk. Well, I can't say it's natural. I don't know if it's natural or if they developed it as little girls being fast. But there is a certain walk that the fast girls have. And they don't lose it when they grow up. Or at least they don't all lose it. Because I can't say that some women that don't walk with the fast girl walk might not have been fast girls. My host to say, stank attitude walk is funny to me. Quintano say, you just looking at ass. It's not just the rear end. It's a whole walk. I've said all I can say about it. I've said all I can say about it. Singing Santa Baby made me wonder. She did like to do her Santa Baby rendition. She did. All right, y'all. It's almost 4 o'clock. I got to get out of here and hopefully get everything together for the rest of the week so I will know 100% tomorrow what's happening live on air throughout the holidays. And I got to get that done before 5 o'clock. Got to get that done before 5 o'clock. Bridget says, some men and women have these sexy eyes, look like they want to undress you or be undressed. All right. Lewis, what about the women that do the stud walk? That is a thing, too. That is a thing, too. They gonna say that it's homophobic, but it's not. It is a thing. Janice says, being sensual with someone you really care about is not freaky. All right, Janice. Teach them, Janice. Hold a class. Tell them about it. It's not being freaky. Y'all hear that, ladies? Go home tonight and be sensual. Be really, really, really sensual with the one that you care about. Like really, really sensual. It's not freaky. It's all okay. All of it. Don't hold back any sensuality. Be sensual as hell. It's not freaky.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer. When I grow up, I want to be a glass countertop and a new...
Janice, are you a married woman? I believe you're still a married woman, right? Like, I mean, still actively married? Intimacy has nothing to do with sex. Oh, Janice, you are not actively married. Okay. Okay. When did being sensual become freaky anyway? It's not. It's not. And you can be really, really sensual. You can experience all of the sensual vibrations and what's the word I'm looking for? All of the sensual There's a word I'm looking for that I can't think of. I can't think of the word. Anthony says there's a difference between making love and banging the headboard till they break. I don't know that I agree with you. I don't agree with you. Do you love the one that you bang in the headboard till they break? You making love. Right, Janice. The emphasis is someone you really care about. Now, there can be a difference between being with somebody that you really care about and being with somebody just casually. Lewis, what the word you're looking for is Nancy Reagan. Nancy Reagan never entered my mind. Oh, Bridget said, peace, gotta go. Gotta get back to work. Everyone enjoy. Have a good evening. And I gotta go too. I done said it once. Let me say it again. I do have to get out of here. I have to get out of here. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me and for supporting me. And I guess that's about it. Until next time, I'm out, y'all. Peace.